This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. On my ride, I feel alive, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they played. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level with funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mud. That city a pity with 50 took 9 of them subs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Welcome back, everyone. I don't know why my thing looks so dark. Why my camera look dark? I don't know. It's kind of dark. Guess we're going to have to deal with it. All right. Shalom, everyone. Blessings, everyone. Welcome back to Uncle Yashua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. I'm your brother. I'm your host, Uncle Yashua. All right. I want to say happy Earth Birth to some of my brothers on Facebook. Happy Earth Birth to Mo Green. Shout out to Mosey. Happy Earth Birth, Mosey. Happy Earth Birth to Big Bump out there. Happy Earth Birth King, Big Bump. May you guys have a blessed day on this earth, the day that you come down to get this work in this earth to do the will of the Father. Happy Earth Birth to you guys, my New York day ones. All right. Salute to you guys and everyone else who having earth births this day that I didn't see on the Facebook. Sorry, guys, I'm still trying to get myself together. This hair is a mess. Sometimes it be crazy. I can all fool y'all. All right, there you go. It's starting to lighten up. Lighten up, camera. I don't know why you were so dark. What's going on? All right. Oh, it's turned over to the side a little bit. Let's see if that helps. Yep, that did help. That helped. Oh, praise to the Most High. All right, so welcome all to Uncle Yashua 25 to Life Testimony TV. I welcome you all. All right, so we're going to get started. I forgot this one I do by myself. The other one on my ministry, I usually have somebody on the screen with me. I forgot I'm all by my lonely tonight. It's the 25 to Life space right here. All right, so tonight's story, I got to run this down. I got to run this down. All right, let me look at the comments really quick. Let me see who in the building so far. Shout out to Lava Yah out there in the Bronx, New York. Shout out to Delava Shah out there in California. Shout out to Kirby Wright Sr. over there on Facebook. Shout out to Yashara La, by the way, of Chicago. She over in Florida. Shout out to Jag1. He said here and listening and just wanted to say hello and bless all. Drive safely, Jag1, if you're out there working. Shout out to Zayana. Shout out to Yaz Saba Ya. Zayana by way of, I think, where they Oregon. And Saba Ya by way of Grenada. And now she in New York City. Shout out to Alina, daughter of Yah. All right, she's out there. Shout out to Atsa Yah. She's out there. Shout out to Yanak. Shout out to Yahakanah. Shout out to everybody in the building so far. Welcome to Uncle Yashua 25 to Life Testimony TV. Well, I had a movie that was going to drop this morning. I got an amazing, I got another series coming. I'm going to drop one. Well, it's going to drop. I guess I got to wait till tomorrow now. Our crime series on this channel. Wow, it's going to be dope. Y'all going to enjoy it. So I finished it this morning, like about 8 o'clock this morning, and I went to export it. It's only 38 minutes long. Shout out to Brooklyn Red Flatbush building in the building. I went to drop it. It's going to be dope. Wait till y'all see it. It's amazing. This series, y'all going to love this series. It should grow the channel a lot as well. But I went to drop it. I mean, I went to export it from my editing program, Premiere Pro, and I went to export it, and it said 10 hours to export for 38-minute video. I'm like, this video only 38 minutes. That should be all of 25 minutes to export. It literally said 10 hours. Now, understand, that was about 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning. I just got up and came in here to start this show tonight. And the first thing I look, my thing is still, it just finished. It just finished. All praise to the Most High. Now I can turn it on. Let me make sure it exported. Let me make sure it worked. I came in here and it said 14 minutes from 8 o'clock this morning. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. That's insane. That don't even make no natural sense. Actually, it makes no natural sense. So where is it? Okay. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure it plays. It opens and plays. Where's the file? Give me a second. Where you at? Black. Where you at? I don't see. There you go. It's there. Let me see. Let me play it really quick. Yes. It played. Oh, that's going to be dope. Oh, y'all going to enjoy that. All praise to the Most High. It finally, now I can close my Premiere Pro. I know it's taking up a lot of bandwidth. So let me do Control S to save it. And then let me close it. All right. So that movie it's so messed up. I wanted to drop it this morning so it didn't clash with this live tonight. But it is what it is. I guess now whenever I make these new movies for this channel and these documentaries, I need to factor in that it's going to take 10 hours to export. I don't know what that's about, but whatever. It is what it is, right? So the new movie, it literally just finished right now. That's crazy. All right, so y'all gonna enjoy it. So I guess I might drop it tomorrow in the morning tomorrow. Give this time to play. I don't like to put videos on top of videos. But it is what it is. We just gotta do what we gotta do. All right, so welcome everybody to Uncle Yashir 25 to Life Testimony TV. Let's get started. All right, so let me do this. Present. Let me video file. Let me do not 3D pics. Let me go here. Let's open up with a little treat. Let me see what I'm gonna give y'all. I know what I'm gonna give y'all because I watched the last week's live and I was like, oh my goodness, I was rocking out and I stopped the song. I was like, that is not okay. You know what's not okay? It is not okay when you're enjoying a song, right? You all in the rhythm of the song, and then somebody come and just take the needle off the record, right? Or just stop the tape, or just stop the CD, or just stop the stream. My folio, but I'm sitting up here playing I Think You Do. Dun, 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 I think you do. And everybody, I know y'all rocking out because I was rocking out when I played it back. I'm sitting there like, I think you do. And then it just go boom and stop. I'm like, what the? Yo, you like to smack somebody. It make you be ready to smack somebody. Like, what? Did you just stop I'm in the middle of enjoying the song. I can only imagine some of those in the car, right? Some of those in your car riding. Right? You in there like, okay, this is rocking. And it just that whoop. I said, okay, note to self, don't ever I will not do that again. That is not okay. That is not okay in no shape, form, or fashion. I don't know about the other nations of people, the other cultures, but you don't stop a black person's music. Y'all know us. We some soulful music people. We love our music. Don't you stop nobody. You done bumped your head. That's like taking food, out of a dog's mouth. You go try to take some food off. Oh my goodness. You done lost your mind. You done You tripping. You ready to get whooped out by everybody. Right? So because of that, we're gonna start this off. We're gonna start this off. This was the Palace Mob. This was my record label back in 2000. I think I started Palace Mob in 2005 up until 2007 when I got to 25. So then the Palace Mob, the first time it was just me and E Banger, right? Me and E Bangers from Henderson, North Carolina. And I broke it down last week that my brother E Banger had a drug problem, but he was one of the best rappers to ever live. I put him at my top, my one of my top 5 of all time. When I release these albums, then y'all be able to decide because it's a lot more. One of my top, well, at least one of my top 5 of real rap, like street murder music. But it was reality. It was really being done. It was really now and then me, E Banger and Rita B, then me, E Banger and Lex Luger and Antel, then and Blake Burner from Newport News, Virginia and them. Then it just kept growing. Then we put Reynolds Rap down from Hempstead Strong Island. Then later I got the 15 to Life. Reynolds Little Man from Roosevelt, some little blood, try to set me up. See, be careful of these little thugs who be out there trying to be thug, right? They all gang, thug, and everybody, you don't know they're a whole secret snitch, right? All right. Shout out to my brother Bad News. Wow. That was you got to gift that writing, newsworthy. Bad News from Parkside, Strong Island. You got to gift that writing, News. It was a heavy story you dropped, but a real story, truth to power. I like your title. You said, I bet you I ain't going to like this. That's how I am, News. Truth to power. It is what it is. You heard? Some of us, we took ours on the chin. It just is what it is, right? I know you took yours on the chin. I don't know how many you did. Yo, News, I got a song I'm going to drop. I'm mixing it now. Wait till y'all hear this song. Everybody in 25 to Life, this is I think these lyrics, I think this might be my best song that I ever made from all generations. Back from the Nasty Form C's, from the beginning of hip hop that we got started in, we got started in 1970s, right? The Nasty Form C's, one of the most legendary hip hop groups from the beginning of hip hop. And we're being honored at the Hempstead Black History Museum. Shout out to Daddy Unique. So everybody worldwide, the Nasty Form C's, my rap group from the beginning of hip hop, we're being honored at the Black History Museum in Hempstead, Strong Island, our legacy. So Unique, I got something I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna edit up one of our songs that they played on the radio back in the 80s and send that to you. And if I got any pictures, I'm gonna send that to you too. So anyway, yeah, shout out to News. All right, so News, Bad News. I just found, guys, I was looking for this song for a long time on all my CDs that the Most High saved. See, look, I got them right. I got some right here. Look, all these are old CDs, right? I got boxes and boxes of them. And I was looking for, what in the world? I got a check up here. What is that? Is that my name on there? Oh my goodness, I got a check, but the funny thing is only for $1.70. You know when you get them checks and you open it up, it's from my old, when I had my car accident, right? When I had my car accident and they already settled, but then I guess the old my car loan when it because I was in the green in my car, I wasn't in the red. And so they already sent me my check, but then they missed something and the bank will send you, oh, we missed something. They sent me like $1.75. Nothing worse than that, right? You see a check, you be like, oh, whoa, you open it up, it's like $1. I'm like, what in the, y'all, boy, Babylon. All right, so anyway, I found the CD and I found the song. Oh, I'm mixing it. I'm gonna let y'all hear it. We're gonna play it. I might play it next week. I think this has to be, I think my greatest. This was my peak of being a rapper when I was at my absolute best. You know, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, when you've been practicing for years to the point where you're so good that every time you let your hand go with the ball, it goes in. No matter where you at on the court, you could be falling away and all the way right in 4-point land, not even 3-point, right? You be all the way at the halfway mark of the court and shoot falling and it still go in. One of that, right? I was at to the point where you put a beat on and it's just, yeah, it shows in this song. And I'm talking about it because in that song, I talk about my boy, I talk about my hood. It's dope. And I did it with Joey Mecca from Harlem, a legend out there in Harlem. So we did the song in Harlem. And I'm gonna play it next week. It's my greatest. I think it's my greatest work. And I got a lot of albums y'all gonna hear, a lot of fire. But wow, when I heard it, I didn't even remember. I talk about news. I talk about everybody who went down. I talk about everybody who died. Not everybody, but most of my people from my hood, Parkside Projects, who got slain, who died, and then those who got like 20 years, 25 years, and who caught bodies. You know what I mean? And I talk about news. I shouted you out in that one as well. I think I shouted out Demo and that one out too. Shout out to Demo out there from MLK Drive. Shout out to my Parkside day ones. So news, I feel your pain with that post, King. I feel your pain. All right. So now let me get back to so we can get started tonight. So I'm giving you so the Palace Mob, which Reynolds Rap start calling us P Mob Gang. So we wasn't a gang. So that's why I'm not trying to be saying P Mob Gang. I need to take that off the thing because I ain't trying to have no authorities trying to place me with a gang. We were a rap group. And he was just saying, gang is like crew. You know what I mean? We weren't a gang. All right. Now, Reynolds was a blood, and Reynolds was a blood in New York, Hempstead, and Banger was a blood in North Carolina, Henderson, but I wasn't at all. I was a religious man, righteous man, the God Rashon, not religious, cultural. That's not religion, the nation of God's on earth. So I was the God Rashon, teaching knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, equality. You heard? Love, peace, and happiness. You heard? Facts. All right. So I was not in the gang. And I did my time for any crime that I ever committed in my youth when I was ignorant. It was the life that I was dealing with in my era. Shout out to Saquon Butler in the building. And Saquon is one responsible for bringing Reynolds. Shout out to Saquon. So now, then after I got the 15 to life, because Reynolds' little man, some little blood from Freeport, Long Island, Strong Island, set us up at the music video on Hempstead, Strong Island, Parkside. Then after that, I got the 15 to life. I took it to trial, and I beat him. I had a superstar lawyer team. This was when I was a millionaire. I was a multimillionaire, owned all my houses and all that stuff, and all my cars. Y'all remember Saquon? You seen the Benzes and the Escalades and all that. He never seen the big house. Q-Dog seen the big house in New York. Most people, I was, you don't show people your hand when you're doing, what you do. I was smart, man. I wouldn't run around letting everybody know I'm a multi-millionaire. I wouldn't run around with my flying spur, my money green flying spur Bentley, with people like, whoa, Rodden stepped up. They used to me in Benzes and trucks and BMWs and Audis and whatever, but go to that flying spur Bentley. Anybody do their math knew that was back then. It was brand new. It was in the first drop. That was 180,000. They would have knew, like, whoa, yeah. And then you got to worry about people snitching on you and stick up kids. See, you heard? So I was always smart even back then. All right, not too smart not to hustle, but I had a level of street sense, right? Because if I was really smart, I wouldn't have got caught up for 15 to life and then got right back in court for 25 to life. All right. So anyway, I beat the 15 to life because they illegally doctored a video about, and then this cop wrote all this crazy stuff about me because they was jealous because whatever. It was all the Most High's guys, his timing, trying to get my attention because it was time for me to serve him. Okay. So shout out to Fayah in the building by way of Brooklyn, New York. East New York Pink House is in the building. So he was getting my attention because it was time for me to serve. It was time to change. He was calling me home to do his work, but I was hard-headed. You know, I was hard-headed, stiff-necked, stubborn, and hard-headed. I wanted to get the bag, and the Most High wanted me to serve him. So that was a clash. There was a war of wills, right? The Most High will was for me to be a servant of him. What I'm doing now, I'm doing my Father's will. You understand? Now I got the 25 to Life Testimony TV to show the testimony. They say salvation is in the testimony, right? Others are saved by your testimony. That's why I got this channel, to show where I went wrong in the transition, how the Most High can take this folio little kid from Hempstead, Strong Island, Parkside Projects, right, and turn him into a man that's teaching the word to people across the four corners of the planet Earth, to millions worldwide. Yeah, millions. I know I'm shadow banned on YouTube, and you think we only get thousands of views and stuff. That's a lie. We get a lot more. I can show you the analytics, but the other channel, they shadow banned, right? Like it's just a mess. So the funny thing is, we at 3.1 million views on Pinterest, right? This month, it's been 3.1 million. I'm gonna show this on the ministry. I'm probably gonna come back and show it here because I gotta document this stuff, because it's one thing to talk, right? But we do receipts at 25 to Life. So I'm not gonna sit up and tell you I'm shadow banned and I'm not getting hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube, but they suppressing it, right? Right. But I got the analytics proof to show stuff, right? So now I'm gonna show y'all this. So we had 3.1 million views this month on Pinterest, when honestly right now it should be about 6 or 7 million, right? We was going nice and fine. I was all happy. I'm like, yeah, we'll be at 10 million in a such and such month, and all. I guess they got wind. That's because I was talking about it. See, I should have shut my mouth. I'm gonna teach y'all a trick about spiritual warfare. I should have shut my mouth, but instead I'm on YouTube showing how many we at 2.6 million. We'll be at 3 million. We get to 3 million. We'll be at such and such. And I'm just showing people, go to my history board and you can wake up. They blocked the history board. They blocked the board that says wake up, and they froze our views at 3.1 million. And I'm like, hold up. Now it's been 3.1 million for the last 2 weeks. What? I know it's supposed to be 4 point something right now, right? Now, this is the funny part. So I knew, right? I'm like, oh, here we go. I didn't realize because me running my stupid mouth, right? On there, showing it, right? I should have shut my mouth, right? Yeah, Johnny, don't let your left hand know what your right hand doing, right? So on the last ministry we just did on the Yasha over in Canada, he was like, because I showed somebody on, because people write me from all over the world on the Pinterest. It's 3.1 million views, so people all over the world. So somebody wrote me and wished me all the best. So I read it. And Yasha was like, and then I was like, go to the history board. Yasha said, ain't no history board on mine. I said, what you talking about? He said, go. And I said, yes, it is. So I pull it up on my screen. I share screen. I say, look, the history board. He's like, it's not on mine. Then other people in the ministry, other people's going, I don't got your history board. I don't got your history board. I'm like, they blocked it, and the wake up board. I mean, the board, the pins that's telling you who you are, the history. I said, oh, no wonder they stopped my views. Now listen to this. So after that study, I went to the Pinterest, I went to the analytics, and I looked, I'm like, I've been wondering why is it frozen at 3.1 million views this month? It should be about 5 by now. So I went to the analytics, and you go and you get the breakdown of how many views you get a day. So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna do it next week. So I'm a screenshot, and I'm gonna show. I could just do it live. I ain't gonna do it right now because we're in 25 to Life. I don't need to do it. I'll probably do it on the ministry. So anyway, and then I'll show you. I'll come back here and show you. I like to show receipts. So I went to the analytics, and it tells you the breakdown. It shows you on the chart, a graph, how many views you get every day. Over there, we get over 100,000 views every day. 100,000 a day, right? So I'm looking, I'm gonna show y'all, say 129,000, 119,000, 130,000, 107,000, 110. No day was under 100,000 views. So we get 100,000 views a day over there, right? So 10 days, that's a million, that's another million. So why am I stuck at, the funny thing is I'm stuck at 3.1 million, but I'm gonna show you I'm getting 100,000 views a day. Why are you not adding it? Why is it not showing? See, I could show you the shadow ban. So anyway, I just wanted to explain that part. So I guess I'm gonna have to not let the left hand know my right hand. Do I? Well, that's why I said, well, thank you for letting us get the 3.1 million. At least, at least we got there. I mean, because it hurts to do all this work and to see them suppress your views. They keep unsubscribing people and all that crazy stuff. Like, it's just, it could weigh on you guys because it's a lot of work that go into doing all this content, and it could kind of drain you a little bit, not seeing no fruit from your labor. But it's only because I teach the truth to power and they don't like it. You know what I mean? They even shadow ban over here, which I didn't understand. I'm like, we ain't telling you, we ain't talking about the Bible. Well, we are a little bit, but we ain't, I guess they just don't, so anyway, let me get back to the story. I'm digressing, though I digress. So now so they gave me the 15 to life because Reynolds Rap bought his little man from Freeport some little blood, and he tried to set me up. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Bad news. I got that song coming. So I don't know his news here. He watching, but I'm gonna send him the link. So that's a beautiful song. I think I found. I was at my Jordan peak. I was at my peak. Now this is the funny part, guys. I was at the peak of my rap. Cause I remember when Lex took me to his uncle in Harlem. We went there, and his uncle had the studio and everything, and they was like, and he put this beat on. Wait till I play out the ghetto life, and I'm living in these ghetto streets. The system got me living ghetto life, and pop, 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 and it's the biggest. It is so beautiful. This song is dope, and I killed it. I was just like, oh my goodness. So now when I heard the song, it brought back the memory to where I was at that time, right? This is when I'm a multimillionaire. This is before the 15 to life, right? So I'm at the top of everything. I'm at the top of myself financially, right? I'm at the top. I've never been this financially successful, right? We own all the houses. It's before my nightclub, but we own all the houses in North Carolina, the ones in New York. I think we had the clothing store then in North Carolina. I'm a multi-millionaire, right? Not I'm over a million. I'm at like 1.3 or 1.2 at this time or something. So that's why I say multi. I ain't have like multi-millions, but I was over a millionaire, right? Now this is back in 2007, not now when everybody getting YouTube. Everybody gets free money. Everybody millionaires now. No. It was different back then. All right. So now I'm at the top of everything. My money, my everything, and I'm at the top of my pen game, my rap game. And that's when it's so funny because when I heard the record, it brought back the memory, like the memories come back to where I was at that time because I remember writing it. And I remember not too long after that is when my whole life, I got the 15 to life. So that song will be coming soon. So let me fast forward so we can get to tonight's story. So Reynolds' little man from Freeport set me up the music video. I get the 15 to life. I cut off that Reynolds. E-Banger goes back to North Carolina. I'm going to trial for my life. If I blow trial, they're going to give me 55 years. So, and I don't think I'm going to beat this trial, but I got no choice. You understand? Because they're trying to give me 15 to life as the offer. That ain't no offer. Y'all tripping. I didn't even do it. Like, I had a little bit of drugs in my car, very little bit, but none of this crap. I ain't do none of this to be getting no 15 to life. Shout out to Raheem Rayford in the building. Shout out to Lucky Ra. Love you, Lucky Ra. Love you, Ra. Love you, Ra. So I ain't got no choice to take it to trial, but I'm scared to death. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Ra, I ain't lying. Ra, we official, right? Ra, we hold it down. We ain't no punks or nothing, but Ra, I was shook about taking that. And you don't take Nassau County to trial, right? We know better than that, right? But sometimes some of us is in a position, you ain't got no choice. I had no choice. I ain't about to take this 15 just for nothing. So I took it to trial. But praise the Most High, I had money. So I paid the superstar lawyer team and we took it to the Supreme Court. So by the grace and mercy of the Most High, I beat it. Really, well, it's the grace and mercy of the Most High. But you need money. You see, the Most High allowed me to have some paper to be able to assist me to beat this, right? So now I beat it. And so anyway, before I beat it, I'm going to trial, right? So I had to bail out. So I was in jail in Nassau County Jail for 3 months before I got the $100,000 bail, and mine was cash. They wouldn't give me no. It was no $1 million. Well, the cash. Yeah, it was no. I had to pay a cash bail. There was no. They had because what they had against me, whatever that cop, well, y'all know now, what he wrote against me, they was not playing with me. So I had to come up with and you got to prove where you get the money from. So I had to do all this stuff, all that, getting all my houses and all this crap I had to do. So it took me 3 months. So I bailed out. Hey, get out of here. Sorry, that's a cat. That's my roommate's cat. I left the door. That cat know better than be in here. All right. So hold up, now the door is open. Hold on, give me a second. It close. Did that work? Nope. Cat, don't come back in here. Stay out of here, Julio cat. All right. So and I'm not mean to animals. She just knows she ain't supposed to be in here. She know better. She'd be looking at me too, like, what you gonna do? You know how some animals are bad, like bad kids. They just do stuff and look at you like, yeah, I did it. What you like animals are a trip. Of course, I love the Most High children, so I ain't mean to the cat. You get cat lovers, they be mad at me. Did you just yell at that cat? Yeah, I yell at children too. y'all heard? I'm from the old school. Yeah, I'll pop a kid too. Yeah, y'all scared. Y'all don't want to run around here scared. I ain't scared of no children. I ain't scared of nothing. I'm a child of the Most High, and there's going to be law and decency and order. You hear? Now, I don't abuse nothing, but I don't play no games with no animals either. No, I don't play no games with nobody. You heard? The Father don't play no games with me, so I ain't playing no games with nobody. Everybody got law and order and respect. You understand? All praise to the Most High. I just need to clean that up. I love animals. That cat love me. Right? You just know he ain't supposed to be in here. Julio, but it did close. Oh, I think one of my roommates closed. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, so let me get back. see, she's going over here messing. And the funny thing, she knocked the door up with her head and then looked at me. I'm like, you get out of here, girl. You know you ain't supposed to be in here. All right, now, so let's get back to the thing. So I'm out on bail, right? So I get out on bail. Now playtime over. I ain't about to run around with no with Reynolds in them. I'm fighting for my life. Okay. Shout out to Shaka Z in the building. Shout out to Shaka Z. So I'm fighting for my life. Who that? Ra said no bond probably. Yeah, Ra. It was crazy. They had me jammed up, Ra, trying to make me king of the bloods. And them doggone Ra, I wasn't even blood. I was the God Ra Sean. I'm like, what? They didn't try to make me the king. They was doing me dirty, Ra. So anyway, I came home for the 15 of life. I mean, on bail, but I can't see myself beating it. So, I don't know. I don't know. I just was scared to death. I just knew I was done for, right? So my thing was, I'm stressed because if I blow it, Ra, they're going to give me 55. And now the 15 is one thing. Yeah, right. 15 of life is one thing. See, the problem, guys, I don't want the life on the end, because the life on the end is a trap off, right? They wreck your life for the rest of your life. So I'm trying to get the life off. If they can, even if they stick the 15 on the front, and I got no choice, it is what it is, right? But not the life on the end. I need the life off the end. So I got no choice. They won't go down. So I got to go to trial. Now I'm scared to death because if I blow, they're going to give me 55. Now the 55 on the front, the boy, Ra, boy, that 55 on the front is a scary thing. Now, for people, you got your super thugs who act like, they act all super tough. They like, do 50. Now, it is some crazy people. I done been in jail with some crazy dudes. They take 55 on the chin, act like it's nothing. It was something to me. I ain't gonna be fronting. See, I ain't fronting on our channel. We ain't fronting here. It was something to me. I was stressed. I was smoking blunts like I was steaming the blunts like a crackhead, like it was a crack pipe. I was smoking. I would ride around my bin smoking. I ride around going to court smoking in the car, coming in Mineola, driving in the daytime, coming from the Supreme Court, smoking a blunt. I'm getting out of the Supreme Court and light the blunt. Like, facts. I'm stressed out. No joke. So I'm not, I can't be running around doing this rap stuff. So later, after I got more relaxed, after my superstar lawyer team, after I got to hire the superstar lawyer team, shout out to Armando, Hispanic or Puerto Rican Armando. He had a spot on Peninsula Boulevard with Sherm and Sawyer. Shout out to Sherm, Big H little brother. Where Sherm had the auto body shop. When Sherm had his car shop, and on Peninsula, Mondo I think bought Sherm's old spot. I don't know if he's still there, but that's my brother Mondo. Armando. Shout out to Armando. Armando got me the superstar lawyer team, Bruce Parquet, right? And so after I got Bruce and them and his whole team, then they was fighting my case. I felt a little more better. You know what I mean? I still didn't think I was going to beat it because I don't know. I just couldn't see it. I was just, Bruce was confident though. We're going to beat this. He was like, So anyway, so then Donzel, the old dude I met in jail, introduced me to Africa. Shout out to Africa. He out there. I'm going to introduce y'all to Africa. Africa was living on the Heights, where Raheem from, Lucky Ra from. So Africa was living on the Heights from Senegal, Senegal, West Africa, and he came to Brooklyn. Then I guess his people moved to Hempstead. He was on the Heights. So I met Africa. So then the second rave of Palace Mall was me in Africa. I'm just giving y'all through, but this part right here was me, E Banger, and Reynolds Rap. This is when we was at. This is right before the 15 of life, right before all hell broke loose in my life. And this one right here is, let me open it up so I can see. It was the one that I stopped last week. I can't do y'all dirty like that. That was horrible. I'm like, why would you stop it? Where is it? Not one for the money, not rolling. Ooh, we know. It's have you ever catch dips back to the Elite 16? Where is it? My word. Oh, I think you do. Here we go. This is I Think You Do from the Palace Mall. Here we go.
I think you do really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
I think you do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E Banger.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
You do really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob. I think me and you can trap or die. I think we can get this money, stack it high. I think your name is Bunny and mine is Clyde. I think the year that we met was 95. Summertime at a cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right. I was lost in the world of pretty girls screaming my name. Tattoos on each chest to say the P-Mall gang. So you wanna ride with a gangster? They don't come no realer than your boy E Banger. So what's up, ma? It's up to you. And I think you gon' choose the right thing to do.
I think you do really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
I think you do really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E Banger.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
You do really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
You wanna ride out? Sometimes I think you do. How about a dumb and watch my from me to you? Reynolds made a plan. Sex on Cuba scene. Oh, you didn't know? Castro, my man. Why you think I got the kit on the Astro van? I think I love your eyes. I think I love your size. I think you can fit a bird between your thighs. Back in high school, I think we share locker. While I push the pies, you be my Betty Crocker. Cute like Betty Boo to my own Betty Rocker. Surgeon with the pen, move steady, doctor. You wanna know me? Like I know you. Look, I don't know you, homegirl, I just think I do. It's your boy, I said you do. Really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
You do. Really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do. Really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
You do. Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745, getting high to the mob.
Listen, ma, these streets call me Luciano. Put so much Italian heat, they call me Mooly with ammo. You see that ride over there? The keys in the ignition, slide over there. You know I'm a fool if you blink, you know I'm a zoo. Now let me tell you what I think that you want me to do. Want me to pie, you want me to cake it all weather. Whenever you cry, you want me to make it all better. You want me to ride and set it whenever it's popping. You want me to slide them jumps whenever you shopping. You want me to blow, but I think you ain't ready to handle. It's time to grow, but I think you ain't ready to expand, yo. When I met you, you was barely straight out of the Cali, looking like Hallie, coming straight out of the valley. Really wanna ride with the Lucci, so stop being bougie before I drop you in the boonies,
You
bitch.
really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs and your knee highs.
You do. Really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do. Really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie.
You do. Really wanna ride with the mob in the 745.
All right. Now that was the whole song, so I ain't got to play it all the way to the end so that I can have y'all, when I release the music, that y'all can enjoy. You know what I mean? Y'all can have the whole full songs. I gotta know that stop it, but at least I didn't stop the verses. All right. So that was I Think You Do. That was when we were making some of our hood songs to the chicks. You know what I mean? That was the Palace Mob. We was doing our thing. That was right before the 15 of Life. And it was dope. We was one of the dopest rap groups. Now the reason why it's so dope, because now as Unique set up, we're getting honored at the Hempstead Black History Museum as one of the beginning groups from back in the 70s. And I just played y'all a song in 2007. That was me at the end. Still got skills right now to this day. So I don't know too many rappers that was rapping back in the 70s who was still dropping heat fire like that. And I still got it right now today. We play these songs that we just made a couple of months ago, heat fire, better than the new stuff that's out right now. Now, in that song, E-Banger said, he said, summertime at the cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right. I love that bar. I love that bar because he said, you know, he was describing, each of us are describing a situation with a woman, right? So he says, summertime out the cookout, you changed my life. Talking to girl, he said, I think I won't thinking right. Oh, I love that because E is so intrusive. That's not the word I'm looking for, but not intrinsic either, but thought-provoking or whatever. Insightful. That's the word I'm looking for. So insightful with the lyrics because E had a drug problem. So that's why I said the stuff that we write and stuff we were saying, we were really living it. E had a drug problem. So that's why he said, summertime at the cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right. You know, he wasn't in his right mind. Well, most people didn't know. So listen, guys, he didn't look like he had a drug problem. Nobody knew. So unless you got around to him and the chick messed with him for a minute, then he started disappearing on her and all that, you wouldn't know that he wasn't thinking right. And then on mine, I said, listen, ma, the streets call me Luciano. I push so much Italian heat, they call me Mooly with ammo. And then I said, but truly I am no. You see that ride over there? I like that bar because like I'm the type, I write entendres. I write a will within a will. So my bars be intricate where you gotta break it down to even understand what I'm really saying. Shout out to Mike Garcia in the building. So when I started off, I said, listen, ma, these streets call me Luciano. I push so much Italian heat, they call me Mooly with ammo. That's a double entendre. So Italian heat was the number one. Now I did my crime, my time for any crime committed. I don't do none of that no more, right? But back then, Italian guns were Uzi, and Uzi is an Italian gun. So some of the Italian guns, they made some of the best weapons. So when I said I pushed so much, I said, listen, the streets call me Luciano. I pushed so much Italian heat guns. Now, the double entendre was, I was also talking about I push Italian whips, right? Now that was a foreshadow, right? A foreshadow, which I didn't do much of that. I usually just talk about what I really had. But at that point, I never had an Italian whip. Now I had a British whip, which was a Rolls Royce. I had Germans, which was Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis and stuff. And I had plenty of Americans. But at that point, I never had a Ferrari and I didn't have a Lamborghini. But that was a foreshadow. I was going to get a Lambo. That was probably coming next after. So this before I got knocked. I was going from residential real estate to commercial real estate, doing strip malls, right? So I was going to sell all my houses and start buying strip malls. So each strip mall, I was supposed to make like the first one, like 1.7 off each transaction. You do 2 of those a year, you could clear you clear almost 4 million a year just doing 2 projects a year. So that was my future. So I was getting the Lambo, facts, because I like Lambos. They crazy looking, you know what I mean? They crazy, right? So that was a future projection. I didn't do a lot of that in my rap. So the double entendre in that bar was, listen, the streets call me Luciano. I push so much Italian heat, they call me Muli with ammo. Now, for those who know that bar is kind of crazy right there, if you know what I'm saying. Now, I said I push so much Italian heat, meaning I got Italian heat guns, I had, past tense, and I was saying I'm pushing pushing Italian whip, Ferrari Lambos, right? That was to come, right? Now, I said I push so much Italian heat, they call me Muli with ammo. For those who know, the Italians call Black people's Mulis in New York. I don't know if it's worldwide, but they call us Mulis. Watch some of the old movies. They're Muliano, they're Muli. They call us Mulis. So I said I push so much Italian heat, they call me Muli with ammo. But truly, I am no. You heard? So I said they call me an Igor with ammo, but truly, I am no. That was me just sitting in, you heard? So that's what I'm saying. My bars, I did that a lot in my bars. Shout out to Reese Collier in the building. MLK Drive's finest. Shout out to Reese in the building. So that's why sometimes I have to break down my bars, because it'd be a bar within the bar. It'd be double entendres in there. You already know what I'm talking about. So all right. So anyway, that was the Palace Mob. That was me, Reynolds Rap, and E-Banger. I just wanted to play that. I wanted to open this show up tonight playing it because I cut it off last week, and that is not okay. When I heard it playing, I was in the bathroom, I'm listening to it, I'm rocking out to the song, and then it just stopped. I'm like, what the? I'm ready to smack myself. It make you smack your mama. You know what I mean? I'm ready to smack myself. What is you doing, boy? Don't you ever do that again. All right, so I won't do that again. All right, now, let me see. Let me make sure I ain't not calling somebody out over on Facebook. Shout out to Bug Brown in the building. Shout out to Lee Hun Hee over on Facebook. Shout out to you, Lee Hun Hee. And shout out to June Bug. Shout out to Audrey Oates out there in the building as well. All right. Shout out to all right, guys. So let me get started. So now I'm gonna do the thumbnail. The thumbnail part is about this Hoover Crip. All right, but I'm gonna get there. So I gotta work my way to the story. But I had a thumbnail where the timestamp where it gets right to that for people who watch it back later. But I have to get there so I can get to that part of the story because it's what happened to me. So now I'm in the drug program, right? So the 25 to life, the Mossad, they took it to the Supreme Court. Elliot Bloom, I actually getting a second chance at my life now. For those who didn't know, you got to rewind and go see the stories before they go in sequential order. Just rewind to the last lives. It's the live streams, and you can catch up. You have the whole story. So now I make it to the outside drug program. I'm in Phoenix House. It's in Lake Ronkonkoma, right? So that's last week's story with the white girl that the Steph. Shout out to Steph. Shout out to my brother Young Humpty, from California. Young Humpty. So salute to you, Young Humpty. He big over Instagram and all that. He is a celebrity, so he's continuing Digital Underground's legacy. He's from California, so he has the Humpty. He looked like him too. He got the whole outfit, and he travels with Digital Underground. They do concerts all in Las Vegas and all that. Y'all can find them on his Instagram. Shout out to my salute to you, Young Humpty. He said he enjoyed the last one. He said salute to Steph. She a real one. So shout out to my brother Young Humpty out there in California, representing Digital Underground and all them, keeping their stuff alive. He doing his thing too, traveling all over the world. He posts all his concerts. He got big concerts, stadiums. Shout out to Young Humpty. All right, so anyway, so that story last week with Steph, right? Shout out to Steph for holding me down when I was in the drug program. So now I'm because now we about to walk when I get out, because that's when it gets to the point with the thumbnail with this little Crip in New York, these Crips and stuff, right? So now I want to bring this part of when I was in the drug program because it's very important. So shout out to Shamika. She was in the drug program too. She was in Phoenix House. That's Unique Children's mother. She was in Phoenix House in the woman's house. So she was there when I was there. So she can vouch. Well, I don't need nobody to vouch my stories because I always show receipts, but she was there. So I was, so when we was in the drug program, I'm a driver. Now I told you I'm a driver, but you have to have meetings. So they would have meetings. So one thing that really stood out to me, guys, was when you have meetings. Now in this house, everybody's really got drug problems, right? You know, this when the heroin epidemic was on Strong Island. It's probably still out there, but it was insane. So all the young suburban white kids were all strung out on heroin, shooting needles in their arms. And then that's who it was full of mostly, and Hispanics. That's from Suffolk County. But the little bit of blacks, we were just caught up from drug. You know, most of them were drug users. The blacks that was in there, but a couple like me and Ronnie, our father from Crown Heights, from the Heights in Hempstead. Me and Ronnie, Ronnie was a hustler too. He was like me. I was in there trying to get my sentence reduced, right? But so I wasn't a drug addict, right? But I did smoke weed. I was addicted to weed. You know what I mean? Shout out to Phyllis Richards in the building. So I was addicted to weed, right? And weed is a drug too. You could be addicted. I was addicted, but still not like being strung out on crack and heroin and coke or what all that, right? So I'm in there, so we go to the meeting and we're in the meeting and the people are sharing, right? They sharing their tests because you got to share in the meeting because we got to complete the program. So people are sharing, and so they make everyone have to get up and talk. So you got to talk. I would like to just chill out, but they make you talk. So I got up and, I'm talking and everything. And while I was talking, this one time we was in the meeting in the women's house. So it's both groups. You have the woman and there's a lot of us in there. We was in the women's house meeting. And I got up and I talked. And whenever I talk, I have an anointing of speech, right? I have a gift of speech, right? Shout out to Bad News. He got a gift of writing. You need to write, Bad News. If you need help, I'll help you write your book, Ken. You got a good gift of writing. So I have a gift of speech, of oration. So when I talk, it's captivating. So I'm up and I'm talking. And as I'm talking, I'm trying, because I have a gift of speak, I'm trying to be empathetic and compassionate. That's not the word I'm looking for, but the word inclusive of everyone in there really sharing their pain and their testimony of their struggles with their drug and how it's messing them up with their families and messing their life up. So I don't want to come off as, I'm somebody who was actually a drug dealer trying to skate through and trying to use, I'm trying to be authentic and empathetic to their situation. So I'm standing up and I'm trying to relate, I'm like, and literally something hit me, guys. something hit me like a ton of bricks. I I I'm speaking to them and I'm explaining, I'm trying to identify with their, because I grew up serving crackheads, and so I all I know is fiends. So I've seen the crackhead mother with the children. I've been in the crack house. I've not sold and told my people when I used to have people working for me. I did my time for any crime I committed. These are past experiences. I did my time for it. But I've stopped some of my boys from selling to pregnant women because they're pregnant. Guys, this is the crack era I came up in. This is the late 80s and the early 90s is the worst time, one of the worst times in modern American history. When they pushed crack into our hoods, that was walking death. I was out there for those who know the crack era, we was on the streets, and it was hundreds of us out in the streets and cars, just money it was insane, and it was zombies. Night of the Living Dead was in the streets. Everybody know what I'm talking about. I don't care if you was in Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Strong Island, Staten Island, wherever you was at, it was the night of the living dead. I don't care if you was on Parkside, on the Heights, on Terrace, on Midway, on Trackside, wherever these hoods in Hempstead, it was night of the living dead. I'm out 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, guys, I'm supposed to be in school. I got school in the morning. Where my mama at? Where your parents at? I'm on the block 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with crackheads late at night. Night of the living dead. You hear me? They're walking around zombie. I'm talking about shell of a people. I'm talking about the crack turned people from a person to like an empty soul inhabiting a body that's deteriorating. I'm talking about a beautiful girl or a beautiful mom or a strong man. You see them, they weigh like 70 pounds. Their skin, their lips, they like this and scratching. They talk like it was a possession of seeing our people be eaten alive from the inside out. I'm talking about crack, when it came, was the ultimate genocidal device from the dark realm to be released on our people. They tried it with heroin. They tried it with cocaine. They tried it with alcohol. They tried it but crack. When this comes from the dark realm. When the fallen angel technology realized that we could take the cocaine and mix it and metamorphosize it and pharmakeia and put another substance, which is the soda, the baking soda and the components of it, and mix it with the cocaine and take the element of water and take the element of fire and make this chemical reaction, and it'll make this substance. But this substance will contain, this is how I described it. This substance will contain the essence of the devil himself. Like it was like the soul of Hasatan, the Shaitan, Satan, inside of a substance that once smoked, lit, every inhale, it's like you inhaling the devil himself. To the point where before the dark adversary would try to possess you through your thoughts and everything. This one, they would smoke the devil into their system, and it would be like immediate. And it would be something so powerful that almost no one can be free from its grips. Shout out to Cephas Saphletic Inc. Nelson over on Facebook. And For those of us who grew up, listen, guys, us elders, we grew up in the crack era. They call it a crack era because we was here when it was introduced. Let me explain something. Because I read something, some brother did some on some big channel, and they were wrong. Let me explain something to you guys. For the world out there in the youth, it wasn't called Ready Rock. That's not the first name. Someone was like, it was called Ready Rock first. They said the government made up crack. That's not true. The government didn't name it crack, and it was not called Ready Rock first. I'm gonna explain where all that stuff comes from. Shout out to Cephas Safety Inc. Nelson. He said, "Peace, King. Peace to you, King." So now it was called base. It was free base first. Base. That's before it flooded the hood. Before they realized that they can make this concoction and send the beast himself, send the devil himself into the children, the people of the book, because they know who we are, but we don't know who we are. Y'all hear that part? The whole system, the beast system, that's why they about to be banning 25 to life now, because I'm doing this type of work. See, they don't like this. They definitely go shadow ban. They just, oh my goodness, but it is what it is, right? Bring the smoke, because I'm going to teach truth to power no matter what. That's my purpose and my duty. The Most High freed me from 25 to life so I can do this work. You heard? Otherwise, I'll still be in Comstock, Attica, Sing somewhere. I'll still be in Sing somewhere right now. You heard? So I got to do the work, truth to power no matter what. I don't give a crap. Shadow ban all you want. Shadow ban you. With the judgment, I'm going to war with the dark realm. I'm going to teach the children no matter what. Truth to power. All right, now they know who we were. They know who we are. The stolen people that were stolen from the west coast of Africa, the Luengo coast, right? That was stolen. The ones that were shipped over to Spain and then shipped to Portugal, right? From the what's that? The Persian captivity. Who? I think it was Titus and them. I think that's the Persian captivity that shipped us over to Spain, and then they shipped us to Portugal, and that's where the Spanish Inquisition was about. That was us. I know they don't teach y'all that in the history book, right? That was us. And then they shipped us back. The Portugal, the wife of the Portugal king, shipped us back to the west coast of Africa, the Luengo coast. That's how we got back over there. You understand? Facts. Oh, y'all better, Uncle Yahshua. Mashiach Assembly Ministries. Go on that channel and find your real history. Find out. We break it down with the books written in the 1500s, the 1600s, the 1700s, that they wrote the books about us. This ain't me talking some swayed on Instagram knowledge. Nah, I went in the internet archive and got the books. You heard? I got a movie called Curses. That's when I first got shadow banned. Oh yeah, we'd be at 1 million something subscribers. Now don't get this twisted. Don't think Unc only got 2,007 subscribers. Wrong. I'm over at 3 million on pictures. It was more than that. I was almost 1 million pictures when they shut it down the first time. Then I had to reroute. All right, so they shut my first one down, my movie Curses, and I'm putting it out too. Yeah, Don, I got it. We putting it together. We're gonna put it out on Amazon and stuff. Oh, they shut me down because of my Curses movie, waking you up with receipts though. Y'all know Unc, I'm the man of receipts. Books, and I could put the books on the screen. You could take the page. I show you where to go online. Now they want to shut that internet archive down. They want to shut it down and make us go into the dark ages again. That's what the dark ages was about. See, they call it the medieval times, or they call it something else. That's the dark. No, I was dark because the dark-skinned people ruled Europe. King James, the Stuart line, and all that. Oh, I have all that in the movie. Yeah, they shadowed. That's why I'm really messed up. I let my left hand know what the right hand do. I should not have released that movie first. I should have released the ministry on another channel first, and then did another channel to do all the real exposing, right? I should have separated the two, but I didn't know no better. This was 2018, no, 19, no, 2020, something, whatever. I released the movie. Bad move. I was on their radar from them. Yep, she said, Laria says the Persian Empire. Okay, the Archaic Empire. All right, so now, anyway, let's get back. Let's get back to the topic. So they know who we are. So they always trying to find devices to destroy the people of the book. That's what they call us in the ancient times. The people of the book cursed by their God. That was our name. They called us that. any nations, the Muslim nation, the Arabic nations, any nations that came in to travel and trade, when they were going to these lands, they would see our people, the so-called black people, on chains walking through for the sub-Saharan slave trade, right? Over there in the Islamic lands. And whenever they would see us, wherever they come from, Turkish people, Armenia, they were like, who them? They'd be like, oh, that's the people of the book. They cursed by their Elohim. The people of the book cursed by their God. See, they know, all the nations know who we are. We are the chosen people that the Most High chose. He wrote about our ancestors, but they transgressed them. They stabbed him, but they didn't keep the covenant. And he said, if you don't keep the covenant, these curses will befall you. But if you keep the covenant, these blessings, they didn't keep the covenant. So we got cursed. So they know who we are. So they always try to keep the curse on us, because if we keep the curse on them, if we get them to curse themselves, then they will always be captive. They will always be under, at the bottom of all other people. We will always have our foot on their neck. Now, these are devices that they will use to push into the communities, the ghettos, where the children of the Most High, the people of the book, reside, because we can't get them to awaken to who they are. Because if they ever awaken to who they are, they will take their rightful position, you understand? And they will fight against darkness and not be one with it. And then all hell breaks loose, the light against the dark. The children have awakened, and it's time for the war to happen, Armageddon, and the spiritual war. You understand? Now, they know who we are, so they always sent stuff into the hood to destroy the children. They always want to destroy the babies. Back from Egypt, Pharaoh killed the firstborn sons. Herod, the Roman Catholic Church, killed the firstborn sons. This ain't nothing new. That's why I got a video on my channel about the heel prick. In Genesis, it said the certain seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman will be at war. She will bruise his head, but he will bruise his heel. So when they give us in the hospitals, the first thing they do is take the baby's heel and push the heel back and prick the heel, bruise the heel. Oh, I break that down with scriptures, verses. I tell you where they take the blood to, what they do. Oh, we no joke. That's why they shadow ban me. Now listen. We teaching today. I see the Most High got me teaching today on 25 to Life. We got to understand where this come from now. So they always pushing something into the hood to destroy the people of the book, to keep them to curse themselves. The scripture says if we get them to curse themselves, the scripture also says no man can curse what the Most High has blessed. So the Most High has blessed us, and the curses had a prophecy that it have to be fulfilled to be lifted off. So the adversaries, the other nations, the serpent seed. Now I ain't talking about just white people, all right? Because there's black people that are the serpent seed too. You heard? All right, what the scriptures say, the enemy will come from those of your own household too. Don't get this twisted. We're a true ministry here. We teach truth to power, right? Rightly divide the word. Now, the scripture says no man could curse what the Most High has blessed. So also in the scripture, Balaam said, if we get these are people in our history in the Bible. He said, if we get them to curse themselves. So they get us to curse ourselves by being in sin, by not knowing who we are. That's why they wouldn't allow us to read when we got here. And that's why they made a slave Bible and took all of the chapters that make awaken us and let us see who we are. That's why the so-called black people ain't got no history. We ain't got no land. Everybody be like, I'm Australian. I'm from Greece. I'm from Africa. I'm from here. I'm from there. Where are you? I'm African-American. I'm black. No, you're not. No, you're not. You got a history. It's your history book. They taught you. They took, boy, let me keep this streamlined. Let's keep it on 25 to Life. So they know who the people were. So they constantly send a destructor into the ghettos to keep the people from cursing themselves. And they also always want to destroy the seed line, because what did J. Edgar Hoover, sorry, that's going to really get us flagged, but whatever. What did J. Edgar Hoover say? He said, we have to monitor and destroy, because a Messiah is going to come through this bloodline. A Messiah. They always looking for a Messiah to come through the bloodline. A Messiah, a Mashiach, A Messiah is one who is anointed by the Most High, who will awaken, who will embrace the children, who will bring truth to power, who will fight the darkness. So they always looking for a Messiah. That's why in Egypt, they will always kill the firstborn son. They call it the slaughter of the innocents. That's why in Rome, that's why Herod killed the firstborn son, killed the Messiah. In Egypt, they killed all the firstborn sons and they kept the daughters alive, right? And then in Egypt, they said, we can't stop them. They give them babies, right? The black women just pop out babies. The what's the name? I forgot what they call them, the midwives, the Egyptian midwives. Now they look just like us. They were black too, not these washed down ones, not those Arabs over there who mixed in and Persians who went over there and destroyed the original Egyptians. The original Egyptians look just like us. That's why Mashiach, what they call Jesus, went and hid in Egypt, right? All right. So, okay, truth to power, right? So now the midwives in Egypt said, because the Pharaoh said, kill all the firstborn sons. They like, we can't stop them because they popping out babies. These black women pop out babies like Skittles, like shit. What they remember that Pez, them Pez dispensers. They popping out baby like Pez dispensers. Okay, so now all nations know who we were, so they know that they got to get them to curse themselves. And what did the Pharaoh say? He said, man, they stronger than us, they faster than us, they kind of even smarter than us. And if they side with another nation, we can't do anything to destroy them. Y'all know us. We faster, we stronger, we everything, right? Right? More gifted, more anointed. Anything we do magnifies across the whole world and becomes, because we are chosen people. But if we keep this curse over ourselves, we curse ourselves, we won't be to our full capacity. And our duty is to be what? A light to the darkness. Our duty is to walk in moral righteousness, truth, and power and spirit. But they keep us to be crabs in the barrel, to keep us to not know who we are, to destroy one another, to suck one another down for our sin and iniquity. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, so they send these drugs through the generations into the hood. They send alcohol. They send no housing, poverty. Understand? So whenever we have Black Wall Street and Rosewood and Greenwood and Ocoee, Florida, and all these places where they got Lake Lanier in Atlanta, where all these communities, the one in New York, I forgot the name of it right now, Central Park. Whenever our people would prosper and start to heal themselves and stand in their uprightness, they come and they wipe it and destroy it, right? They destroy it. They genocide it. It's against you because you don't know who you are. You are the children of the Most High, and you're called to be the light in the darkness. But they kept us in darkness and thought we were one with the darkness. They told us we ain't got no identity. We ain't got no land. We ain't got no language. We ain't got no people. Oh, yes, we do. We got the language. We got the language that was taken from the children at the Tower of Babel, from Nimrod and them, right? Our ancestors, when he confounded the tongue and spread it out, there was an original language. Yeah, y'all need to go over to our ministry channel to hear Truth to Power. We're on 25 to Life now. I just think the Most High is he's doing something right now. Yeah, I'm like, I'm supposed to be telling the story. I'm supposed to be in jail, but it makes sense. Listen where I'm going, because I'm talking about the crack era. That's what got me in that mess. I was selling crack since I was 12 years old. I started selling at 12, Reese. Me and Reese, we played on the All-Star squad and all that. I would have went to the Salvation Army, but I was in the streets. I even got kicked off the All-Star squad. I didn't go with them to Virginia in the big one. Shout out to Satch Mo, Martin Luther King Drive. Satch was the coach. Satch told me, I was a point guard. Satch told me, do not be here at practice. Otherwise, you ain't going to the trip with the. We was going for a week. We was going, and then the next thing was going, I was going to go to Sal up there with Reese and all them. And I got kicked off because I went and I did a party. I did a hip hop party at Lawrence Road in Uniondale. Nasty Four. I did a party. So again, these things trajectory change your life, because the sports was what would have kept me to try to keep the grades and try to keep me. But now I was left, I was left to the streets, and I didn't have a mom and dad. So I started selling at 12 years old. I was on the block at 12 years old in the middle of the crack era. At late at night when I'm supposed to be going to school, and I got school in the morning. But I've been up 3, 4 in the morning out there with, you know how dangerous it was? It was zombie land, Night of the Living Dead. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Now, they would always try to find a device to destroy the children. And when they found crack, they found the devil Hasatan himself was in the midst of that drug. Once that chemical reaction, when you turn that, because that's called pharmakeia. Pharmakeia, they always use pharmakeia. That's sorcery. That's a level of witchcraft, all right? That's why we honestly not supposed to be smoking nothing. I'm about to break. Everybody need to come to tomorrow nights. I'm going to be on YouTube. Watch the one tomorrow night. It's no joke. The one tomorrow, I'm going deep. I'm going to bring receipts. I'm going to show y'all something that been in our face the whole time that they've been using to destroy us, and we didn't even know it. Now listen, they always try to use pharmakeia. So now this crack thing wasn't called crack. It was a thing called freebase. So before that, in the streets, they were selling cocaine. Heroin was there. Heroin was there since the 70s. But at that point, heroin, they started to get a grip on it, right? So they destroyed our ancestors from the 60s and the 70s. They sent heroin into the hoods by the way of the mafia, the Italian mafia, right? This is where you get Nicky Bonds and all those stories, right? So by that time, by the 80s, by the mid 80s, our people started to get a hang on the heroin, meaning they started to be functioning addicts, right? They started to, because before in the 670s, early, they used to be everywhere. Junkies laid out. I used to run across my project roof and parts of projects to be junkies. I was a little boy. I have to go like this to get past the junkies, sleep on the step with needles in their arm and just out nodding everywhere. Just to, but by the mid 80s, those who were on the heroin, they started to be functioning addicts. So the beast system realized, the serpent seed realized, okay, this ain't working. We need another one. Now, I don't know, they got a history. They say it started in California with the freebase thing. I forgot that history. I do know it, but I forgot. It's been so long ago since I had it, where they talked about how they experimented with freebase. This how Richard Pryor got burnt on fire. That's before crack. There was no crack. It was freebase. So somehow they find to take the cocaine and make a chemical reaction, pharmakeia, and mix it, and it turned into this drug that you smoke it. It was like cocaine amplified times 1,000. So it was like taking a piece of sin. So it was like eating sin or ingesting sin, S-I-N. But when they made this freebase, take this cocaine product and change this molecular structure and chemical compound and pharmakeia and make this sorcery, it's like multiplying the sin. It's like instead of you ingesting sin, you're ingesting the devil himself, the fullness of Hasatan, the fullness of the adversary, the darkness. So the freebase, because cocaine was a rich people's drug, right? Because it was expensive. So only people who was really strung out on cocaine in the black neighborhoods were those who were selling it, who had a lot of money, because it was too expensive, right? So in California, it became a rich white people's drug. And then that freebase thing started to grow, and it flooded into the white communities, the rich white people in Hollywood and stuff. So the serpent seed, the powers that be, are always looking for a way to destroy the people of the book. That's the agenda. J. Edgar Hoover said, we must destroy them because a Messiah will come to their bloodline. That's the whole reason why they got Planned Parenthood. I'm really going to get shadow banned in this video. I'm saying all the keywords that the little computer bots is going to strike the mess out of this one. I'm definitely going to shadow ban. They're going to tear my 25 to Life channel up now, but whatever. Teach truth to power, right? So I wish I was on the ministry with this. Oh man, because I'm trying to grow to 25 to Life. So anyway, so that's where the genocidal rate of the abortion stuff, clinic and stuff, is coming in. That's later, right? So anyway, I'm just bringing y'all the truth of what happened to our streets. So with the freebase, they found out, of course, everything reaches the letter boys, right? The system, the powers that be, right? The serpent seed who runs the organization. I don't want to say those key words, the other ends, the other ends, right? Washington, D.C. There you go. Those who run Washington, D.C. All right, I gotta try to not to get as banned as possible, right? So always, whenever a condition is affecting the people of America, those who run DC, right? The powers that be. I'm gonna just say powers that be. Y'all remember that old name, right? The powers that be find out because they got to either control it, manipulate it, however way, or stop it if it's going into the people they don't want it to go to, right? Their children, right? Sorry, the so-called white people, right? So they realized the power in this new drug, pharmakeia, that the adversaries brought into this pharmakeia into the land called this freebase. So they realized, okay, they watched the effects of how this drug, when they would take one hit, they would get possessed by adversaries, by devils, and they had no control over themselves. Whereas heroin would have them fiend, right? When they itching and they fiending. Now they would rob you and do whatever, but once they get their fix, they straight. They could be functioning. They could go to work. They be a function addict. Long as they could get their fix. Some of them only need 1 or 2 fixes a day in the morning and night, and they could function, right? Now they dangerous when they need it, right? They really get sick though. They be like, oh, they'll snitch or they'll do stuff, but this freebase, they found out that when the people would take that, they had no ability to think. It's like their soul got sucked. That's why I say it's like the devil himself, where nothing on this earth matters. Not themselves, not their children, not their loved ones. The only thing that matters is to serve this beast. It was the ultimate beast, the ultimate pharmakeia spiritual adversary that would be ingested in the smoke, and it would possess them totally, where they wouldn't care to eat, sleep, drink, love, affection. They would become literal servants of the darkness. And their whole function in life would be to serve the addiction, serve the beast. It was the ultimate weapon to destroy the people of the book. Listen clearly. They found a bingo. They always search for bingos. They've been doing it from back in ancient times. From the Babylonian captivity, the Assyrian captivity, the Persian captivity, all of it, the Greek captivity, all of it, the Roman captivity, all the captivities, and this modern day transatlantic slave captivity. Same people through the Bible. That's what I said. That's your history book. Come to our ministry, I'll break it down so you can understand it in layman's terms. Now, they found the ultimate weapon because they saw what it did to the people. It took Richard Pryor and had him. He was the biggest star in the world, had him on the floor on carpets looking to the point where he doused himself and set himself on fire. He made himself a crack pipe. A total destruction to the point where it doesn't matter if you got money, popularity, celebrity, none matters. You will be totally eliminated. So they brilliantly okay, we need to foster this. We need to push this into the hoods. Now, a way to divide and conquer a people is to create an atmosphere of poverty, of lack, of a lack of means, of sustenance, food, basic necessities, food, clothing, shelter, right? It's called the project. That's why they made project buildings, right? It's a project of degradation to cause sin. If you take a community of mice, rats, and you put them in and you provide the food and you provide all the means for them in this enclosure, they will get along harmoniously. But if you take that same group and you remove the resource of food and any of the natural resources that the animal, you could do it with any species of animal that it needs to function on its basic level, its necessities to function, then they will become destructors of one another. They would turn on one another. And that's what they did with the ghettos and the projects. They did a project with the ghettos and stuff. So they would put poverty, so they know if everyone's poverty, then the destruction would go because the people would eat themselves. Listen, if we get them to curse themselves, if we put them in poverty, then the people would curse themselves. And it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. It will grow and become darker and darker and darker and worse until they eliminate each other. Their job is to eliminate the people of the book, because those are the people at the end, when they awaken to who they are, those with the Armageddon fight, the light against the darkness. Those are the children of light, the children of the promise. You see, the Messiah will come through their bloodline. He was a black man with woolly hair, hair like lamb's wool, feet like burnished brass, as if it was burned in a furnace. He was really dark black. And he would come through the fourth line of Jacob, Yaakov, line of Judah, Yaada. See? So they know the genealogy, the bloodline. And I was the only Yaad's son, the only begotten, that's a lack of better word, son of the Most High. I broke down that begotten word in our ministry. Y'all have to go to our ministry to understand. I won't be breaking this stuff down. So now, their job was always to destroy the children of the Most High, his elect children, because that's where their kingdom will fall from at the end, the spiritual war against the light versus the dark, right? Now, so they always look for a device to destroy the children, and that free base was the ultimate one because they saw the effects. So what they do, they understand that they got the children to abject poverty. So if we feed this into the hood, into the ghettos, one part of the sector who don't fall a victim to smoking it will fall a victim to the monetary gain off the destruction of their own people. Y'all hear this word tonight? I don't know. Sorry, guys. The Most High got me doing this tonight. Y'all might, we're going to get to the story, but I'm a child of the Most High. I'm a minister. I'm Uncle Yahshua. I'm a man of Yah. Yeah, I tell the stories all day. Gun, shot, bang, bang. Sometimes we got to understand why we gunshot, bang, bang. Y'all hear that part? Why are we gunshot, bang, bang? Why are we making songs in the hood? Why am I making the Palace Ma, making all these songs about, listen, Ma, the streets call me Luciano. I push so much Italian heat, they call me Muli with ammo, but truly I am no. You see, I said, truly I am a Igor with ammo. See? Now I wouldn't rap like that because now I know who I truly am, you see? But I was that then because my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So I didn't know who I was back then. Okay? So now, their job is to destroy the people, right? So now they got the ultimate weapon with this free base. So they're like, okay, if we push this free base, it's going to be stronger than heroin, stronger than liquor, stronger than the church. Ooh, I ain't going to go there, not tonight. I ain't going to go there tonight. That part. Stronger than the church on every street corner, liquor store on every street corner. You heard? Heroin junkies or heroin on every street corner. You heard? Stronger than that. That's for another lesson. All right? Religion. Right? Religion, because that's what, again, if we get them to curse themselves, we'll get them to think they Gentiles. We get them to think they'll be in church worshiping Caesarea Borgia. You heard? They'll be the Pope's son, the Leonardo da Vinci's lover, right? This dude, I just said, the Bible said he had woolly hair and feet like burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace, but they'd be sitting up there worshiping this Fruity Tooty Rudy looking dude. Who that? Who this dude? Where they do that at? Who this dude? All right, again, get them to curse themselves. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Oh yeah, so they have you filling the church pews and you don't even know that book is your book, you idiot juices. No, don't disrespect us. We were idiot juices. I was an idiot juice. I was drinking plenty idiot juice. That's why I ended up getting 25 life, 15 life. Okay, now listen. So they realized divide and conquer. So if we send this new demon, this new devil, this drug is a devil himself. This freebase thing, this pharmacare thing is the devil himself. So if we send that into the hood, for the ones that the beast in this drug doesn't consume by them doing the drug, it'll consume the others by them making money selling the drug, whereas selling destruction and genocide to their own people. And then we could come in and set a whole new prison industrial system on locking up the children, the fathers, getting the mothers strung out. That'll take the children from having mothers. That'll take the fathers, if either the father will be on crack and the mother will be on crack, or the father will be selling it, or some of the mothers will sell it, and we'll take them away in the prison industrial system, therefore leaving the children with no dad, leaving the mother in the system. We'll give her the system, right? Give her, right? It's another genocidal system, but the greatest one. This is the crack era. The greatest one. Now, they realize, all right, I think we gotta just think of a round table with a bunch of serpent seeds, these old looking, they look like reptiles, multi-trillionaires, like these are the ones, the powers that be, sitting around plotting the demise of the children of the book. They always did it. The pharaohs, the kings of Persia, the kings of, you see, all of it. Kings of Arabic land, the Phoenician kings, all of it. You see the Babylonian kings, all right? Now, so look at them saying, okay, and in this system, we'll get, it's a perfect storm of destruction. Yes, cursing each other by their own hands. A perfect storm of destruction that will be a self-fulfilling prophecy to consume the whole. It will destroy people, neighborhoods, just industry, a whole generation. Hopefully, this is how they believe. Hopefully, this will be the one that wiped them all out. Oh, if the Most High's favor, grace, and mercy wasn't over his children, and our sin and ignorance, if it wasn't for his hand, we'd have been wiped out. That's why he said they're like roaches. We can't do nothing to destroy them. We can't wipe them out. Now, so they sends this freebase drug. Now, let me relate the story. I'm on the streets hustling. At this time in the 80s, we were just doing cocaine, weed. They was doing heroin, but most of us young, we didn't sell the heroin because heroin brought a whole heap of mess, because the fiends from the heroin, they need it. Right? So if you ain't got it, they'll be at your house. They'll be at your house 5 o'clock in the morning crying. My story with LL. LL did his time. LL did 24 years in prison. Jamel Henderson, shout out to LL. My love, y'all go to the first stories, me and L telling our stories. On one of my first stories on the channel, it was our first time seeing him in 24 years. He had did time in prison. So he served his time. So before he did his time in prison, L didn't listen to me. So L lived on Linden by South Franklin. Linden is one of our hoods in Parkside, Hempstead, Strong Island. So L didn't listen. And I told L, I said, L, do not mess with that boy, that heroin. Leave it alone. No, man, I got this. And he would not listen. He had hard-headed. So he went on ahead and he started messing with heroin, right? And he up there on South Franklin, a famous heroin drug block of all times in New York City, in New York, and Hempstead, Strong Island. He up there on South Franklin messing with that heroin. And next thing you know, he got the fiends. We in L room smoking weed, making hip hop, making music. We was the Nasty Form C's back then. We making music, and all All of a sudden you hear, Jamal. I swear, Jamal. Right? And we in there, we got the music on, the room all smoked up. We down writing, right? Smoking blunts and just making music, and all of us in there, the whole crew. And you hear, Jamal, right? And you're like, you know, somebody, you're like, what is that? So we like turn the music down. You turn the music down, you hear, Jamal. Like, what is that? So we go to the window, and there's junkies. That's what they call heroin addicts. They out there scratching. Jamal. I said, what, L? Please, Jamal, please. I need it. I said, I told you, L. So L was like, get out of here. Get away from my grandmama's house. Because if Aunt Kissy find out that these heroin addicts fiends is yelling at the window and L is selling heroin, he gonna be in trouble. So L like, get away from my grandmother's house. Because Aunt Kissy wake up, she gonna be RIP to Aunt Kissy. Aunt Kissy gonna be tripping, right? That's Jamel aunt. So they like, get away from my, and like, I need. So L tried to tell him to get away from the house, but this is where the heroin, they was like, it's like, they said, I'll tell on you. I'm a tell. They're going to go tell the police. I said, I told you, L. It's not the same thing. They addicts and they need it. They get sick. See, cocaine wasn't the same thing. It was just a drug. You might fiend for it, right? It gets you high, but you ain't going to be robbing people. You ain't going to be in the streets talking about, I need a hit of coke. I need a bump, right? Right? No, you're not, or if you put it in your weed or something, it ain't going to make you like that. So I was telling them, don't mess with the heroin. It's another level. So now I'm giving y'all, this is how the crack ever started, right? So the streets were selling cocaine, weed, and some were selling heroin. The old timers mostly, they dealt with the heroin because that's from their era, from the 70s and 60s and stuff. A lot of them who sold it used it, right? So a lot of the people that sold the heroin, they used it as well. It was the old timers, right? And they made a lot of money, but it's we ain't mess with that, right? So now you had the cocaine was what we were selling, the young blacks. And I did my crime for the time for this crime. This is back in the 70s and the 80s. The cocaine and the weed, right? And that wasn't this new crazy, this was real weed. Back then it was dirt weed too, a lot of it, which I would call dirt now. But this was weed. It wasn't mixed with all the chemicals. And liquor. Now the liquor, the bootleggers would sell the liquor, like the card games and the houses where it's late at night, liquor stores closed, you can get liquor. So that's what was in the hood. It was coke, weed, and liquor. That's it. And heroin, but only the heroin that they had their own little lane. So we were also coke, right? That's what we were selling, coke, right? I'm gonna shout RP to Kenneth Hill, 98 Posse. Kenneth Hill had pony packs and stuff. When I double back, wait till I'll tell you stories I went to the stories of the crack era, but I'm gonna go further back to the beginning before crack. I'm gonna go before crack. Now, shout out to Ty Fields. Me and Ty, we was partners with the coke. We was going to Brooklyn. We was one of the last Mohicans selling coke on Parkside Projects back in the days because everybody started graduating to this new drug. Here we go. So now, somewhere in the 80s, we got from that freebase, it flooded, it reached all these cities. It came to New York. And at first, it was bass. We called it bass. That's why Public Enemy got that song, Bass. How low do you go? Everything was called bass, right? Freebase. Now, freebase was something they used to use ammonia and stuff to make it. It was a very toxic thing to create it. They would take ammonia and something else, right? And it could explode. It was like dangerous to try to you could blow up your house, sort of like meth, making meth. When you blow a meth lab, you blow up the whole house, right? So the only people who could really make the freebase was the fiends, and it was a specialty, right? You needed that ammonia thing and some other thing, and it was this whole thing. So we ain't had nothing to do with it, right? We weren't messing with that. So then I guess somehow the serpent seed, the powers that be, got it into the hoods. I can speak for New York City. And when it came into the hood, at first it was freebase. And I got a story that I'm going to tell about one of the most notorious, I know he's dead now. Shout out to Killer Block. Killer's dead. Shout out to Dia, Killer, and their uncle. I ain't gonna say his name. I'm gonna do a story on one of these big channels. He was he broke out of jail. He broke out of prisons. He was famous. I got the newspaper articles, but that's gonna be a dark story when I tell that story. Y'all gonna love that story. It's the craziest story. That's when freebase. He was freebasing, right? So now, anyway, so the freebase thing, it wasn't in the hood. So then somehow the freebase thing, the bees I guess they figure it's too hard to make this freebase. We need to make it where the regular common people can make it, because it was sent to destroy the people of the book, us, the young Black kids. So we need to make this a way that young Black kids can create it themselves, but they're not going to mess with this ammonia. I forgot what they did to make the freebase. It's some substance. We wouldn't been messing with that. It's dangerous. It stinks and burns. It was a mess. So somehow they come up with a new formula to make this, to take this coca leaf plant, this cocaine, change its chemical compound, reduce it from a substance to a liquid, right? From a powder to a liquid, to make it, and then bring it back from a liquid to a solid by using the elements of water and fire. This is chemistry, this is sorcery, and this is pharmakeia. This was done all through ancient times in the scripture. That's why we're not to do with pharmakeia. So in the hood, they somehow found out that if they take the baking soda and water and ice, so the compound of water, the element of ice, which is taking water and taking it to a solid state from a liquid state, right? Fire, which is another element, and the components of the baking soda, the H2O and the carbon dioxide, the chemical compounds of it, and you take it and you now in the chemistry, now they got some of us that became chemists, and I had learned to do it. I was Chef Boyardee. That's what you call it. Whip that pot, right? I was one. I learned how to create this thing. Most people didn't. So they would look for it. We used to look for fiends. At the beginning, we would look for fiends to cook up the stuff. Now, so they found out that they could, instead of using this lye, that's one, and the ammonia and stuff to create this freebase, you could use basic ingredients that everyone has in their refrigerator. Listen clearly. Simple baking soda, water, fire, simple components to create this element that's going to be the spiritual essence of Hasatan himself, the devil himself, the darkness himself. So now the fiends were the first ones to learn how to do it. This is where crack became invented, with this new invention of, instead of creating a freebase, they would take the baking soda, this new compound, and with the heat, when you take it and when you take the compound, you put the coke, you put the baking soda. I'm not telling y'all how to do this. Do not do this. This is death and it is darkness, and this will get you life in prison. But this is what was taught to us, the children of the book, how to destroy ourselves. Okay? So when you do it, and once you take the coke and mix it with the water and put the baking soda and mix it, and you mix it, you have to have the right mixture, right? You have the right temperature of the water. Then you have to spin it. Then you have to take the fire. You have to change the compound and make it boil the water and boil, and then the compound of the mixture, some smoke come up. I remember that smell. I did that for so long, making that stuff, that smell. You never forget the smell. And then as it gets to the right temperature and the compounds break, the molecules and the atoms break apart and reform into new structural, this is straight chemistry. Then once you get it to the right, it disappears, it turns to liquid, and it turns to this liquid in the water that you can't really see, but you can see if you know what you're looking for and do. Then if you take a little bit of, you could take your finger and take some cold water under the sink and then drop one drop, right? You take your finger and drop one drop of cold water, bing, you'll see a chemical reaction. It'll literally, the cold water mixes with the hot, mixes with the chemical compound, starts to change some stuff. So you take some cold, right? So later we found you could take ice cubes. Oh yes, because anything we do, especially the people of the book, we get better and better at what we do. We're going to get better and better in righteousness, or we're going to be better and better in unrighteousness. But we're going to get better and better no matter what we do. It's just our DNA. It's our anatomy. We are the people of the book. We are anointed children of the Most High. So we're going to be brilliantly wicked and evil, or brilliantly wicked. Brilliantly brilliant in righteousness, or a brilliantly gray area, complacent. Either way, we're going to be brilliant at whatever we do, unless they destroy us and make us like crackheads, a shell of a people. That's why they push this into our hoods. Now, so you take this, we would take this compound, and once you get it to now that's the best of it all. The best of it all, the worst that you could get is when you take it straight from its one form into a liquid form, and then bring it all the way from that liquid form, because you can keep it halfway. Don't bring it all the way to liquid and bring it. It won't be as strong, but you'll get more of a product, right? I ain't teaching y'all I ain't showing y'all, but I'm telling y'all what they did to us. This is the crack era. Now, but if you bring it all the way to the liquid, it'll be the strong. You will have the devil himself in it when you finish with it. It'll be the highest level of darkness that it can get. So you take it all the way you take it down to its liquid. Now you need to shock it. The best way, shock. Means so in these chemical compounds, it's like a disruptor. These things, as above, so below, as in the spirit, so in the flesh. If you can relate these same things to anything in your life, a shock, a disruptor. So you need to shock the mixture, the compound. So that's why we learned later to just grab ice cubes and bang, a quick one. Because before we used to put a little cool water and stuff, right? So shout out to Ozzy Claxton. I just found out who you were later. Shout out to my bro. Shout out R.P. to our brother granddaddy. Shout out to my brother Ozzy Claxton from Terra Ave. I went to your face. I said, who Ozzy Claxton? I know that name. I said, that's my boy. Shout out to my boy Ozzy Claxton. All right. So guys, so now with anything, once you shock it, right? It's like a disruption. When you shock a person's body, you can knock a person into a new realm. So you're literally knocking it into and what happens is, once you shock the water, once you shock this compound, it starts to clink. It starts to clink. It starts to rock up. It makes a noise. And then now you got something. Now it's like we're chemists, right? So sorry, guys. This was my destruction. I learned it as a child. Okay. I was doing this at 13 years old when others didn't really know how to do it. They would go pay someone to get it done. I knew how to do it. So then once it start to clink, clink, now you start spinning the pot or the jar, or you spin it and you swirl it. So now you need motion. Listen clearly. Now you need motion and vibration to mix with the chemical shock of this element and that element, with the fire and the water and the compounds, right? This is all pharmakeia. This is sorcery. You understand? That they have us cursing ourselves if you get them to curse themselves. So then now you need to spin it and you shake the jar, you shake the pot, or you however big you cook it. It'd be small. We used to use baby jars, a little small one, right? You shake it. Now you spin it, and as you spin it, you drop in more cold water in it, and it's linking up. Clink, clink, clink. It starts to rock up. Clink, 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 clink. And the more cold water and the more spinning is coming, it's called coming back. This, yeah, Maurice. Yeah, Reese. The ritual. Come on, Reese. Facts. The ritual. Always ritualistic. Right? So now, once it starts to come back, clink, clink, now it's coming from a liquid form back to a solid form. Oh, you're doing chemistry. You're doing ritualistic sorcery, whether you know. That was a good word, Reese. You're doing ritualistic sorcery, whether you know it or not. Listen, if we get them to curse themselves, y'all listen to me, so-called black people. Y'all listen to me. This is what happened to our people. You heard? Good word, Reese. Definitely a ritual. Now, once we get it to come back, now if you took it all the way to the liquid and brought it, Ozzy know what I'm talking about, and bring it all the way back, oh, you got the bells. Now, we used to call it back in the 80s, the bells. Bells mean ding dong. Ding, ding, dong. Ding, 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 dong, right? We call it the bells. I used to say, we said it because ding dong, the witch is dead. Ding dong is a doorbell. Y'all remember that? Ding dong, the witch is dead, the witch is. We call it the bells. Rock the bells. Ding, ding, dong. That means you got the bells. That means your thing is ringing. Bells mean it's ringing through the hood. It's ringing. They got the fiends gonna come far and wide when you got the bells. Shout out to Q Dog in the building. And I always made sure that I made the bells in my sin. I did my time for the crimes that I committed back then. These are testimonies to tell the children, do not do this. I got 25 to life. I lost my life. Praise y'all, I got a second chance in my life, and now my life is dedicated to educating others not to make these mistakes. That's what this channel is about. It's not about no promoting or glorifying nothing. This is the destruction of a people. Y'all hear me? In the hood. This is what happened to us. And this, guys, is when hip-hop. Oh, so for those who try to act like hip-hop was something dark and wicked, wrong. Nah, we created hip-hop, the children, us, from the poverty and the sin that was going on in our time. That's why we had songs called Stop the Violence, Stop the Crack. You heard? Bass, how low can, that's why the Grand Poopa and them with the that was the greatest one. What was that? Cracked out. Oh, that's my joint. Before Grand Poopa was Brand Nubian, when he was with Doctor Who, Grand Poopa, Doctor Who, Masters of Ceremony, that's it, ceremony. Oh, that was the crack one. Hey, little girl, you look beat. Yo, boy, we used to teach Stop the Violence, crack. We used to teach knowledge, wisdom, understanding, the gods, poor righteous teachers, King's Son, Rakim. See, you had your different levels. Then you had those who was teaching just the reality of what's going on. Then you had those that was teaching their imagination, like special ed. I want a dog with a solid gold bone, and I want to drive in a limo, right? Stuff like that. That was hip hop. Nah. The same serpent seed who pushed that crack and heroin and liquor stores into the hood took over our hip hop too and made it demonic worship. Ritualistic, Reese. There you go again, Reese, with the rituals. Now it's ritualistic. Serpent seeds signing their blood of the contract and all that. They just stole hip-hop. They stole everything to destroy the people. So whatever the people of the book create, they come and destroy. Hip-hop ain't nothing but a modern day Tulsa, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I ain't never heard nobody relate that. This is an Uncle Yahshua classic right here in the moment. The Most High just gave me that. Hip-hop ain't nothing but a modern day Greenwood, Rosewood, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The children created something that could free them and build, and they went in and destroyed it. Now they try to own it. You don't own hip hop. My father created it. We created that. That's a New York thing. Born and bred. We created that out of our slum and poverty and all of it. So during the crack era, when they flood that crack, we would make songs telling you don't do crack. Crack is whack. Y'all remember that saying? We used to have it written, graffiti all over the wall. Crack is whack. Don't do crack. And we used to stop facts. We used to stop people from selling crack in the hood before they really took it over. We used to be like, not here. Go sell that over there. I remember those days. All through the Bronx, all through Brooklyn, all through that. We had people, we would stand up and be like, not here. You ain't selling that here. But the beast is what? Ever roaming, looking for who to devour. And they don't stop. They don't stop in their darkness. So eventually it took over. Now, let me get back. So now they created this crack thing now. Now you don't got to take lye and ammonia to make freebase. Now you can just use the components you got in your refrigerator. And so those who were free base heads now had a cheaper way. It's cheaper to make it because you don't need the expensive thing. Baking soda only costs $1 for, back then it was 20 cents for a big box, and water was free. You see? So it was cheap. So now the addicts have a way to make this product that's even worse than freebase. When they mixed the compound of the baking soda and all that, it made another compound that was even darker. Now, once they created this compound, when it came out of the jar, it was yellow, whitish, and like rock hard. That's why they called it rocks. Another one, we called it base rock. Listen clearly. Reese said it was 67 cents a box back then. See, Reese, because I'll be on some of these big channels and some of the people, they don't know. Like, no disrespect, some of these 90s kids, 2000 kids, they was like, brother, was like, no, it was called Ready Rock. That was what was wrong. I'm about to explain to y'all what that is. Wrong. It was not no Ready Rock. The first thing, when it came into the crack form, it was called base rock. That's what it was called first. I remember because I was there when we was out there. Me and Ty was the last one selling coke on the hills, to the point where we couldn't make no more sales. I'm like, oh, this is a story tonight. Me and Ty was going to Brooklyn to Picken and Pine, right? We was going to Brooklyn to get this coke, right? So we would go to Brooklyn, buy a coke, and come back, and we would put a little bit of cut on it, and we would make our money. We was killing them for a while. Ty know what I'm talking about. It got so bad, Reese, that we would be standing on South Frank on the block with coke, and nobody would buy the coke. We out there all night, and everybody who was selling crack is making thousands of that. They running the cars, and we couldn't sell the coke. It pushed us. We couldn't sell the coke no more. Every now and then, a coke person to come up. You got a dime of coke, right? Like, dang, dude, we couldn't make a penny. Tom, remember? So we ain't got no. I remember we sat in Joyce's house, his mama's house. We like, what we gonna do? We sitting there with this coke. I'm like, we both like, we got to sell crack. We got no choice to feed ourselves, to eat. Now I know y'all think you have a choice. We don't know we got a choice. We children in the ghetto. You can't look at the life of others and just relate it to yourself. If you had a choice, if you had an uncle or aunt that you get it, I don't know. That's just what was in our face. It's children, it's what we saw. If you see a pimp and all you see is the pimps, then that's what you're going to desire to be. If you put lawyers and doctors and stuff in front of us, then that's what we desire to be. But if all we see is the people who are feeding themselves and got the money and the clothes and the woman and everything, and this is how they get it, then that's what we're gonna do. All your environment dictates. That's why the scripture says, train them up in the way, and that's how they become. So if you make the way darkness and sin and degradation and poverty and lack, and you show that only this is your devices to get out of it, what do you think the children are gonna do? We were still children. We were children. I wasn't an adult. I was a child. Now, let me get back. So then they make this product now that rocks up. It was called bass rock, right? Because it was the free bass. Now it's a rock. So as it started to spread to everyone, the fiends, they started to be called fiends. The crack heads, just before crack, the fiends, the bass heads, no, bass heads. See? Oh, we getting one today. I know I'm bringing y'all back. I know Reese and everybody. I know, and Ozzy, I know everybody here from Facebook is like, dag, Unc, you going back now. Yeah, bass heads. Y'all getting the history now. So when y'all see these people on these big channels and they be talking, they don't know what they, you know, they weren't there. No disrespect, but we were there. I was a child when this was released. We were there when it was released. They was called bass heads. Remember that, Reese? Bass heads was everywhere. Bass head. There was no crack. This is before crack. Bass heads was everywhere. Now, when the bass heads used to take this bass rock, and they would put it into a pipe, or when they would light it, when they would cook it, it used to what's the name? It used to crackle. You'll hear a crackle when they light it. It'll crackle. That's where the name crack came from. The government, the B system didn't name that. The base heads named it because of the crackle. And they would say, and I've heard them say this story, they would say that crackle with pop, snap, crackle, and pop. Remember, they used to call it that too, right? So we said it used to pop also. So they said, I've heard the bass heads say that sound. Now listen, guys, smell, touch, taste, hearing, senses. This is a spiritual warfare, and the serpent seed know what they were sending at the people of the book, the children. They would say the sound of it was captive, was like sorcery. It was like the sound would be addictive. Just the sound would trigger. So the video I just saw on this big channel where the person said it was called crack rock, they was wrong. The person who was doing the interview was smoking crack now in a joint. And the people in the comments said, you hear that crackle? And some of the people in the comments were ex-crackheads, and they said, that sound triggered me, brought back. So the sound, these are all spiritual components of what they unleashed in our hood to our people. So to the people who come for so-called Black Americans from other countries and be like, why aren't y'all prospering? Y'all just lazy and this and that, and we come here. What happened to us ain't happened to you. I'm quite sure there are things that happened to your people in your land, wherever you came from, right? That didn't happen to our people. But don't come here trying to judge the people that was raised in America, the so-called Black people. Y'all don't know what they did to us. They sent everything under the sun after us, and we still rise. A lot of us succumb to it, but some of us stand. I'm one who stood. I was a child in it. I'm telling you stories right now. I was a child. Yo, Reese, I wasn't supposed to be on the streets doing this. I was supposed to be getting ready for I'm supposed to be going to middle school, Reese. We in school. I was supposed to be playing basketball and doing all that and football and stuff. But I'm out on the street at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where's my mama and daddy? I ain't got none. You hear that part? Where's his mom and daddy? Oh, he ain't got none. What do you mean he ain't got no mother or daddy? The streets is mom and daddy. This a fact. We said in my English class, right? Facts. These are my day ones over here on Facebook. All right. So now listen, guys. We the bass heads started smoking it, and it made the crackling noise. And so they was to call it the crackle thing. I heard that kind of first, the rock, the crackle rock, the crackle, it crackles, the crackle rock. So, so bass heads, once they start fiending, right? They like the crackle rock, the one that crackle, like, like, give me. And then of course, as we do in the hood, it got shortened down to crack because of the crackle noise that it made when they smoke it. And then it also crackled when we would create it. Clink, 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 and rock up. Ozzy Claxton said it smelled like burnt rubber too. Yeah, it's really disgusting. Now, so that's where crack came from. The system didn't make that up. Like rock candy. That's what it sounds like. None of it. The bass heads made that up. That came from the streets. Crack and crack. Wow. That monster. Let me explain how it became Ready Rock, and then I'll go back to this crack monster. Ready Rock, guys, everyone worldwide, Cali and everyone, right? Ready Rock was a byproduct. Ready Rock was a what do they call that when you a bootleg? When you bootleg Gucci, you bootleg some Jordans, you got bootleg Jordans from China, right? The fake Jordans, right? You got levels of your fake Jordans, A1 Jordans, or a D7 Jordan is the rubber look fake. The Jordan man look like crooked. He trying to. The Jordan man got a baseball instead of basketball in his hand, right? It's different levels of bootleg. So Ready Rock, and I know everybody gonna know what I'm talking about back in New York from the crack era, the elders. Ready Rock was a bootleg. That Ready Rock thing mostly started up in the city in Harlem and stuff. They came up with a fake crack, right? Now, what they did was they took a little bit of coke, right? And then they'll take stuff, but then they mix it with some other crap, right? Some cut stuff, and it comes back, right? And it comes back fast, right? They make it quick. That's why it's Ready Rock. Yeah, watered down, right? Ready Rock. So they make it fast, but it's not. It's the whack. It's fake crack. It's it has a little bit. So and it doesn't even look like. So when crack was created, it be all type of shapes and rocks and be big, but the Ready Rock be smooth, like a slab. It be smooth, and they can just break like this, right? So if you go uptown to Harlem or something back in the crack era, and you trying to buy some crack, they come with that he said heavy on the benzo. We said heavy on the benzo. Facts. They come with that smooth slab Ready Rock. I'll be like, they break like it. I'm like, you can tell it don't even look like crack. It doesn't form. It's fake crack, right? It's watered down. So it's Ready Rock. It's synthetic. Like they make synthetic weed now. So it was cheaper to make. They gave you more of it. So a lot of people like, you know what? I'm about to sell I'm gonna sell bootleg, right? I can't afford the Fendi suit. So I'm gonna sell a fake Gucci bag, right? So yeah, so that's what the Ready Rock. Now the fiends, the ones who smoke it, they did not like Ready Rock. They don't like Ready Rock. They want the bells. Ding ding. They want the real coke mixed, take it to oil, bring it back. They want they'll settle for those who put a lot of baking soda to make it come back double and triple and quadruple. Is not as strong, but at least it was still kind of real crack with a lot of baking soda. But that Ready Rock is mixed with, it's nasty. They don't like they don't like that. You're gonna mess up your business if you were selling that. So that's Ready Rock. That's the fake stuff. That's where people who who was cutting corners and who didn't have money and all that. So now you have your understanding of how this stuff was created. The bass rock, the crackle, and the crack rock, and then the ready rock. By the time after ready rock is when the phase started to get watered down, diluted, and it's just like the K2 synthetic weed. Yeah. And I got the story that I'm about to release on this channel. I want everybody here to watch this movie. It's about a black young serial killer. And it's dope. And it involves these K2. So I got the crime series that I'm dropping. It would have dropped today, but it just finished downloading now. So I'll drop it tomorrow for you guys. Watch it. It's gonna be dope. A really good documentary on it. Really dope. So and really tragic. So so now, all right, now that I gave y'all the definitions of all of it, this crack is what they pushed into our hood to destroy the children. Shout out to Rodney Lawrence in the building. All right, so now this is our era. I'm a child and I'm out there. This crackle rock started to, it was cheap because the cocaine was really 20s and 50s. But then some people started cutting it down to dimes. But most people didn't want to sell a dime because you only get $10 every time a person come. So most people sold 20s of coke, right? So you had to have a little bit of money. But this crack went down to $5. $5. Like $5? $5. That's like a basement bargain sale in the drug world. You ain't get no drug for you ain't getting $5 of heroin. Let me explain something to you. You ain't getting no $5 of heroin, okay? You ain't getting $5 of cocaine. Anybody, you can't buy $5 of coke. You're a nick of coke. You're like, man, you don't get out of here, right? Cocaine was really 20 and 50s and better. And then some people will have dimes after, to battle, but dimes was the lowest, $10. Crack went down to $5. Bargain basement. So it got some of the people, some of our ancestors, it got some of them because they couldn't afford the coke no more. And someone be like, you know what? Worst mistake they ever made. Let me just try this. Ooh. That crack. Now, the crack they got now ain't the same. Just like the weed they got now ain't the same. Let me tell y'all another thing. It ain't the same. The crack that they have now is not the same as the crack from the 80s and 90s, the crack era. No. That crack was like Superman lover. That was the devil. That crack would have you, soon as they smoke it, you'll literally see them turn into a dog. They will never be, you got the most see the life leave their body. That crack, Shout Ozzy said facts. That crack that they had us selling back in the 90s, that crack, once they smoke it, next week, Ozzy, you know that next week they don't look this. Next week they're a skeleton. 1 week they come back on the block and they weigh 60 pounds. Right? Miss Barbara, who was a nurse and a good, she always come up in the store and be like, y'all get that butt up this store, get up this corner. Next, Miss Barbara got introduced to that crack. Next week, Miss Barbara come up there weighing 15 pounds, scratching, talking about, I'll give you a blowjob, I'll suck your ick. Right? You think I'm lying? Who had integrity, who was a church lady, who was a nurse, who took care, she did the Sunday school, and she did the after school program. She was beautiful, had long, nice hair, carried herself with respect. You see Miss Barbara, and she up there scratching, ashy mouth, head, spots all in her head, hair all fell out like this. You like, Miss Barbara? Yeah, please, I don't have no money. my heart was, yo, dude, this is a reality we lived. Where sometimes be like, here, Miss Papa, here, just go. Another one, coming up with a baby in her stomach. Whole 6, 7, 8 months pregnant. Shirt all up, baby, scratching and fiending, 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't give you nothing. My goodness, what am I gonna do? Do I give you something or do I not? Because if I don't, you're gonna go somewhere else and they not nice over there. They beat up fiends and they playing, they'll kick you in the stomach. And they're like, these are decisions children shouldn't have to make. We saw the Night of the Living Dead every night. Right, Ozzy? He from Terra Ave. I'm from Parkside Projects. Every night. Your next door neighbor, your school teacher, your best friend's mama, your best friend's dad, your dad. I'm up on the block, me and my homie, and his dad come up. Crack babies. A generation of death, genocide. The adults and the functioning people who went to work every day are now stealing. And they would walk down. Listen to this. See, some of this stuff sound funny, but it ain't funny. They would walk down the street, yo, Ozzy, with TVs, a whole TV. This ain't flat screens where you can, the TV weighed 1,000 pounds back then. They would walk down the street. This crackhead weighed 30 pounds, can't even lift, but is dragging a 50-pound TV. Like, they got TVs, they got bed sheets, they got couches. They will drag a couch. You think I'm lying? A couch up the street on the block, and they'll be salesmen. I know it's kind of funny, but it ain't funny. They be sitting on the couch. They'll sell it to you. They'll be like, look, I got a couch. And they look, a beautiful couch. They'll sit on the couch. They'll be like, this could be yours. Here, $5. Everything was $5. You think I'm lying? Everything was $5. I guess tonight is going to turn into this story tonight. I see the Most High is doing this. Yeah, I know, Ozzy. It's funny, but it's the truth. That's why, my personality is going to make it funny. All praise to the Most High for the gift of laughter. But it's sad. It's no joke. They would literally, and they will sell you, I swear to the Most High, they would sell you this glass, right? A cranberry juice. They'd be like, they'll come up and they'll try $5. This is the glass from the Most High. This cranberry juice came down from literally. You think I'm playing? It's no joke. Literally, they will sell you anything. A pencil. This pencil, Jesus himself wrote with it. It's funny, but it's not. Everything. So even if they have their mother's wedding ring, listen clearly. It's funny, but it ain't. They were still their mother's wedding ring. She don't know it. It's gone. Listen, they'll take it off her finger while she sleep. Oh, crackheads are MacGyver. You hear me? They'll get it off her finger while she sleep. Now they'll come on the block. I know, Ozzy, I know you witnessed this before. They'll come on the block and they'll say, I got a ring. Now you'll look, you'll see a nice diamond. You'll be like, woo. Now they'll start off, they'll be like, nah, I got to get $100 for that. I got to get $200 for that. You know, no. That's my mama ring. You know, no, they won't even tell you. They like, that's a wedding ring. They won't tell you because they still try to, that's a wedding ring. I got to get $200 for that. I ain't going no lower than 200. You be like, I give you $5. Oh, no, you can't get that for $5. You can't get that for $5. They'll haggle with you from 200, 150, 100. You walk away, they'll chase you down. They'll go away, and they'll come right back. And I've seen it where people will haggle them down to nothing and give them $5 or $10 for a $1,000 ring. My heart wasn't that cold in my sin. I wouldn't give them $200, but I probably would give them something like $20 or something. Because my heart was just always, when I was a child, even in my sin, it's heartbreaking, man. This was the crack era. So the amount of sin that was in the community, because this crack took over everything. Either you were using it or you were selling it and supplementing your income in the community, taking care of your children. Very few people didn't have their hands in it. If you didn't have to do nothing, if you didn't have to do nothing with it, then you were blessed. That you were able to get a job. Maybe your mom hooked you up, or your dad, or you were able to go to the police academy and became a cop, or you was able to work in the system. So blessed is you. We weren't all that blessed. I wasn't blessed. I was 12 years old on the block with crackheads at 3 o'clock in the morning, the witching hour, night of the living basehead, night of the living dead. It was howling in the streets. I mean, you see at 3 o'clock in the morning, you just see zombies walking around looking to do anything, the fiending hour. It destroyed our neighborhood to the point where there was no more coke being sold. Me and Ty tell you, we couldn't sell coke no more. We couldn't give it away. We had to sell crack. And the crack made money. But the other side of it is they made a crack laws where they would give you, I think it's 10 times the amount of time for the same equal amount of cocaine or crack. But it's the same substance. Crack comes from the cocaine. But the cocaine, because the lawyers, the doctors, the judges, the politicians, the white children, no disrespect to my white brothers and sisters, middle America, they wanted to still do their cocaine. So for a gram of cocaine, they would give you a appearance ticket or a misdemeanor or a little light sentence, a couple of months. But they made a law for that same gram of crack. They would give you 10 years in prison. They would take your life away. I remember Aloysius, R.I.P. to Aloysius. He got caught with crack when we was young. Al went away for like 10 years. I ain't seen him. I was little when Al went away. I remember that. And I remember watching him. And I remember when they caught him, I saw it. I ain't see Aloysius again for 10 years or so. I was a grown boy. When he came back. I never forgot that because I'm like, Dad, that was a long time. Like he been going, where he been all this time, not knowing he was in prison. I remember Emo. Emo went away for like 20, 30 years. These are people I saw as a little boy that went away and I never saw him again for 20 years. And I put it together. So they created this product which had the devil itself inside of it to destroy the children, destroy the community. It did better than heroin. It did better than that church. It did better than that liquor store. It was literally the devil himself. And for those who it didn't consume by them doing the drug, it consumed the others by taking their life away, sending them to prison for selling it. But we didn't bring one cocoa plant into America. We didn't bring one cargo of cocaine into America. We didn't bring one gun. We didn't bring one bullet. We didn't bring one heroin poppy seed. We didn't even bring one marijuana bush. Ain't none of us growing a marijuana. Y'all remember we tried to grow our little marijuana in the house? Y'all remember that? You try to grow your little weed in the house, right? And then you take the leaf. Oh, those are the worst. And you bake the leaf in the oven. Y'all remember that? We baked the green leaf into the brown, and then you try to sprinkle and smoke a grass joint. That would be the worst. If we try to act like you high, like I think I feel something. We try to grow plants in our house. Got it in the sun. It would grow, look pretty. It's a pretty plant. It looks pretty with the leaves. And then we're not knowing you got to wait till it bud, and the bud has to turn into a bud and fall off and all. We taking the leaf and bake it in the oven. Boy, if I'm lying, I'm flying, right? So we ain't grow not one little marijuana bud. We ain't did nothing. All of this stuff was introduced to the children, to the people of the book, as a destruction to get them to curse themselves. And that crack was one of the darkest beasts of them all. It's between the crack, no disrespect. Shout out to Big Bump. Happy Earth Birth, Big Bump. I started this off by telling you happy Earth Birth to my big bro, Big Bump. Salute, King. Hope you have a blessed day. Happy Earth Birth, Big Bump. Love you, King. Now, no disrespect to no religion, because I was a Christian too. But they also use the Roman Catholic religion to tell us that we weren't who we were. So the lie in the religion and that crack was two of the most detrimental destructions of the so-called Black people, because the crack would destroy your foundation, and the lie of them telling us that we don't know who we are in that book is going to get us to curse ourselves, because we won't know that we are the children of the Most High. We're written in that book. We are the lost tribe. You hear that, Ozzy? Lost tribe of Shabazz. The Rastafarians, the tribe of Judah. Yeah. We in that book. Yeah, okay. So those are the great destructors. Everybody, Delara Shah said, happy shout out to Big Bump. Happy Earth Day. Lavia said, happy Earth Birth, Big Bump. They're giving you happy Earth Births on YouTube, Big Bump. So now, this drug crack, yeah, they pumped it into, all of it came from the system, Q-Dog, pumped it in to destroy our people. They've been doing it from slavery. Took the jobs, they made it a law to against the law to be vagrancy, to not have a job, but they wouldn't give us a job so they could lock you up, the prison industrial system, right from slavery. If you band together two or more, it was against the law. So they wouldn't give us a job, and then they see you on the street. This is when they released our ancestors from slavery and ask you for, let me see your paper, your job papers. You got no job papers. They put you in the prison industrial system. So these are all tools implemented against the people of the book, the children of the Most High. Now, let me get to why I told the crack story. Because now I'm in the drug program, guys, and I'm standing up to talk, because you got to share. So as I'm sharing, I'm trying to be inclusive to the plight of all the people who are actually drug addicts, right? The heroin epidemic. We in 2007 in Lake Ronkonkoma in Suffolk County, Long Island, in Phoenix House, right? So I'm in there. So I stand up to share, because you got to share. And I'm trying to be inclusive. But what hit me, guys, is as I'm looking around and I'm sharing, I talked, and something spiritual happened to me. So as I was talking and sharing, I said something like, I know a lot of y'all have these drug programs, and something hit me. I was like, oh my goodness. While I was talking, I was like, I'm looking at all these little white kids, right? And some of the black sprinkled, but it was mostly white because it was the heroin epidemic on Strong Island. And I'm like, oh my goodness. My spirit realized they are in this drug program to be away from their addiction, the heroin or the crack or whatever they're in there for, they're addicted to. The Oxycontin, that's the oxys, the pills, right? The oxys and stuff. They're in there. And I realized when I was talking, I am in here with my addiction. Guys, I had a moment. I looked around and I was like, y'all, and I said it, y'all are my addiction. Because every seat that was in this meeting was money to me. I literally saw a whole new generation of clientele where I can make money. All of these little white kids were fiending. And I was like, the darkness was like, oh my goodness. And I know them all personally, and they know me on a first-hand basis. I would have not known all these people from Suffolk County, Hart Park, Central Islip, Brentwood, Lake Ronkonkoma, all these. I don't know. No, we go to the city. We go to Brooklyn and the Bronx and Queens. I don't know nothing about, I don't know. We don't go to Suffolk County, really. So now I know I'm looking at all of these people who now, when I get out of here, listen clear, I had this revelation right in the moment. When I get out of this program, I got access to, and all these people are they got money. These are little rich white kids, middle class and rich little white kids. And they all know me on a first basis. I just got a whole, and I'm looking at them and I said, oh my goodness. And I said, and not my gift oration, I said, all of y'all, I made a scenario where all of them are in there to be away from their addiction, but I'm in here with my addiction. And nobody knew what I was talking about when I first said it, right? I said, I'm in here with my addiction. I could see everybody looking around like, and I said, you, and I pointed out my boy, Sean, Sean, are my addiction. You, Vicky, are my addiction. You, and I started pointing out, I said, all I see is money. I literally see dollar bills sitting in every chair where I'm supposed to see people. I see dollar signs. And I realize I'm addicted to this money. My addiction is all of y'all. So I got to fight, not trying to sell to y'all when we get out. And that's when I realized, listen, guys, I'm going to have to leave New York. Right then in the moment, I realized I can't stay here. I won't win this battle. There's no way, this is what I felt. There's no way when they let me out these doors, when I graduate from this Phoenix house and I get released into the streets of Long Island, that I got to get a regular job, right? Me, Rashawn, the one with all the money in the cars and all this, one who always known for balling and making all, I got to get a regular job and I got to go to work every day. And I'm going to have to struggle, barely can pay my rent and all this. But I got all this money all around me. All these fiends. Yo, Q, I saw so many dollar signs. I was like, oh my goodness. Yo, Ozzy, I was like, I gotta go. I gotta leave. I won't survive it. A part of wisdom is knowing when the areas where you're weak, knowing that you are not strong enough to take on this fight. I would not have made it. There's no way I could be struggling and taking a bus or something and people pulling up. You got somebody pull up in their new Benz or something like, yo, wow, what you doing? You need a ride? I'm going to work and I'm struggling when I got all these fiends that I know me personally on Suffolk County with all this money. I said, I'm in here with my addiction. I don't mean no disrespect, but all of y'all are my addiction. You are my drugs. Every last one of y'all are my drug. And that's when I knew I had to leave. And I left. That's why I left, guys. That's why I'm not in New York. I had to leave because there was a struggle that I was going to have to go through, and I wouldn't have been able to do it in New York and be poor and have people see me. You see? Have people pull up on me. Ozzy, Q, Big Bump, any of them, anybody. Reese, anybody who was back there see me and I'm looking, they're like, Dad, why you fell off? You know, they used to, I wouldn't have been strong enough because we still have ego. And I knew I needed to go to a land where no one knows me because the Most High is about to take me through the ringer. I'm about to be poor. I'm about to literally be poor. And I'm about to struggle. And I won't be able to do it at home because my name and my ego, my identity is there. And I wouldn't have survived it. So I had to leave. And I left. Praise the Most High that He gave me a way to leave. That's the story when I said my brother said, come to Florida. He had a trucking company and all of that. So I wanted to tell the story of the drug meeting because that changed a lot of my life. Drugs are sorcery, pharmakeia, and it's the dark adversary. They're using the drugs to destroy the children now. K2 synthetic drugs, Molly Percocets, and all these pills got these kids can't even talk right. They can't even speak. Pharmakeia has always been used, sorcery, to destroy the people of the book, to stop us from fulfilling our true purpose in life, which is to be a light, a light. I know y'all don't know this, but unto the Gentiles. They taught y'all that we were Gentiles. We are not the Gentiles. We're actually the chosen people of the Most High. Sorry. It's sure enough ain't those people who are at war now. It's not them because they weren't in Egypt 2,000 years ago, slaves. They're not written on the hieroglyphs. They're not drawn on the hieroglyphs. If you go to the Egyptian hieroglyphs, look at those little Hebrews on their feet. Look at them. Some of them got cornrows. You see them. They're little on their knees. I mean, they're black. We look just like the Israel, Mitzrayim, Egypt. We went into slavery there. Remember Moses, let my people go? They told Moses, they said, you look just like we thought you was that Egyptian. They thought he was Egyptian. They thought Paul in the Bible was Egyptian. No disrespect, but these are black people. My so-called black people that's listening, these are your ancestors. You were stolen. This is why they push the crack. You wonder why they hate you so much? Because they know who you are. They've always hated you. That's the serpent seed. That's not the white people. Don't broad all white people who got white skin as the same. Serpent seed got white skin. There's a seed of the serpent and a seed of the woman. So there are children that have white skin that are of the Most High. Those are the ones who helped our ancestors get free from slavery here. You know, the Quakers and the ones who helped with the Underground Railroad, the ones who hid our, yeah, they always cleave to the house, to children, to the house of Yahshua. They all through the Bible. The Most High speaks on them. He calls them our companions. Some of them are in our ministry. They're in here. Some of them are here. Waya is here. Yavad is here. Yahakanan is here. I teach them. Those are my little brothers, but they got white skin. So it's not the color of your skin, it's the content of your character, it's your fruit. Remember, he went to his own and his own received him not. Our Mashiach, when they went to Jesus, do y'all not understand the ones who said, give us Barabbas? Those were his own. The Roman Herod didn't even want to do it. Pontius Pilate, he didn't even want to kill him. He was like, this man I don't see no blame in him. Are y'all sure? And then his wife said, have nothing to do with that. He said, well, that blood gonna be on y'all head. And you know what those, I don't want to say their name, what they really are. I could say Israelites, because that's what they were, because they ain't that, I'll get flagged. You know what they said, our ancestors? He said, this man did nothing blameless. This man is blameless, he did nothing. He said, if y'all gonna kill him, then y'all gonna kill him on your court. They said, put his blood on, this is the book of Matthew. They said, kill him, right? Give us Barabbas, the doggone Debo. Barabbas was Z-Black. You see, give us Barabbas, but kill him. But Pontius Pilate, the Roman, said, he ain't did nothing. This man is blameless. And they said, kill him and put his blood on our head and our children, our descendants. That's us, so-called Black people. You want to know why we in the predicament we in? Blame your ancestors. All right. Now, that's enough of that. Now, this systematic destruction of constantly trying to find a way to poison, they call the Black community. Even this Margaret Sanger thing, Planned Parenthood thing on every corner, right? You can't go to the suburb and find, you ain't going to no middle-class neighborhood and beautiful neighborhood and finding no liquor store, no church front, no Planned Parenthood, right? You ain't finding that on every corner. These are tools of destruction to destroy the people of the book. It's nothing new. Same thing they did in Egypt, same thing they did. Kill the firstborn, and Messiah will come through their line. They're trying to stop somebody like me. One who's going to come through the belly of the beast, right? I ain't nothing special, right? Big bumping them, no. I was always a good kid. I mean, and, I was always liked. I wasn't no punk. I was, but I wasn't I wasn't the toughest. And, I always shined. I always had a shine, but what made me, I don't know. That's what they're looking for. That's what they pricking the heel for. That's what the COINTELPRO was about with the Black Panthers. They want to destroy Huey Newton. They want to destroy Eldridge Cleaver. They want to make Huey Newton into a crackhead. Listen, guys. They want to make him into a crackhead, then portray him in front of you like he was a crackhead. He was not a crackhead. Them little boys was 20 years old. Fred Hampton. Oh, y'all better see. That's why they block on my Pinterest. That's why we stuck at 3.1 million views. We probably gonna be stuck. I'm gonna show y'all next week. I'm gonna show y'all 100,000 views a day. How they got me stuck at 3 million. What happened to the 100,000 from yesterday and 100,000 today? Because on my history channel, I'm teaching you who they are. Huey, Fred Hampton. These were 18. These are teenagers and stuff. Huey, these were children. The revolution comes from the children. That's why they after the children. Raise them up in the way. So they send the crack and stuff to destroy the children. They turned, they were scholars, Reese. They turned them into drug addicts when they put them into the prison and beat them and raped them and did the stuff they did to him. So later they released Huey and now they try to say he was a snitch or nah. Those men were built of iron steel. You know what they were facing against in California and New York? When those police was killing them and they was standing Yeah, they made certain mistakes, but they started the food program systems, and they started what we call WIC, feeding us. I was a child of that system. Shout out to Reese and Big Bump. And, guys, y'all remember on South Franklin when we used to have the community center and there used to be red, black, and green walls? See, now I could tell the story, Mashiach Assembly, because my New York people were here. They was little. Me and Reese, some of them are older than me, some of us the same age. They were there. Ozzy is a little younger. Reese is my age, and Bump is a little older, so I know Bump and them know. Remember the community center? Red, black, and green walls. Those are the Panthers that they used to teach us that who we were, our history, kings and stuff. That's why I won't bow down. I don't let them tell me. That's why when I came to Florida and I realized it's a different breed of Black people, because when I came to Florida, they didn't have the same, the people, the children here, they didn't have the same mentality. Like, I'm a king, like I'm royalty, I'm anointed. They were used to the racism and I don't know, we just was a different breed. They didn't allow us to be, they taught us that we come from something. Now, they sent the crack in and threw us off our course. See, they destroyed the Panthers and stuff. Imagine if they would have left that alone. Do y'all understand? Imagine if they would have let the Black Panthers, because it wouldn't have been needed if they would have just had equality. It wouldn't have been no need for no system to fight against the oppressive if there wasn't no oppression. But imagine if they were allowed to go ahead and do the programs and the after-school programs and the feed programs and the building up. We would have been built up productive citizens. You understand? Walking around as, no. You know what they did? They destroyed it and wiped them and then brought in gangs. No disrespect, but they did the same thing to the nation of Gaza and earth. If the Most High didn't send the nation of Gaza and earth, if he did not send Clarence 13X Smith, then I would have been a lost child, because I didn't have a mother and father, and I didn't know that I was going to need that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to know who I was, to be able to function what's coming in my life. Oh, praise the Most High. He sent the nation of Gaza and earth right on time. Right on time. When I was 12 years old, I started to learn, and I was going to need those tools. See, how to be a man, understanding, who I am and what I am, because I would have no dad and nobody to teach me. And they took the community centers. They took the elders out of the community. They turned them into heroin addicts and crack addicts and jail prisoners. They took the men out the homes, out the community. The destruction of the people of the book. So those who from other lands in America, outside America, you want to look down on the so-called Black people in America and understand, why can the East Indians come over and the Hispanics and open bodegas? How could you have no idea? Redlining houses, jobs, just a destruction of the people. But through it all, we still survive. We like roaches. Just can't stomp us all out. And so the ones who were able to go forth and have the good job and make it past, kudos to you. I wasn't that blessed, but the Most High did bless me when he gave me a second chance in my life, because I would have been a statistic, guys. Right now, I'm still supposed to be finishing this 25 to life. Still right now. And I've been free since 2010. That's a long time. So every day I'm thankful for. Every day is not taken for granted from me. Every day. That's why I don't even go outside or nothing that much. I'm just happy just to have a home. I'm just happy to be able to go in the refrigerator, walk out when I do go outside, hear the birds, fresh air, because all my brothers and sisters don't have that. So I knew that I had to leave New York once I got out of here, out of this program. I spoke that meeting and they all understood. The counselors, after in that meeting, they came up to me. And then the director called me into his office. He heard about it. He would come. His office wasn't on the campus. He would come. And they spoke and said that they was proud of me. They knew from my paperwork that I wasn't a heroin addict. They knew I was one of them that was trying to use but they saw the genuineness in that statement. Shout out to Kirby Little, another one of my day ones. They seen the genuineness in that statement, and it was the truth. They could see a light. And I left, Reese. He said, I'm glad you left, bro. Yeah, I had to leave, Reese. It would have been my destruction, Reese. And so I started a new life. So let me say this little part, then we're going to close out, because I'm going to stop doing 5 and 6 hours. I'm draining myself because my ministry tomorrow, we're going to do about 4 or 5 hours. So I'm going to try to start keeping this down to like 3 hours tonight, because we was doing 6 hours. I'll be drained afterwards. You know what I mean? So the Most High told me start preserving my temple. All right. So I'm going to do the thumbnail. I'm going to fast forward. Next week, I'll come back and continue the timeline. But tonight, the Most High did something tonight. He did something about this crap. That was him. I didn't have none of that planned. That was not on this paperwork. It's just once I started to tell the drug meme, I had to explain the crap. So now I'm going to do the thumbnail because I can't be clickbait. I have to do the thumbnail. But in order for me to do the thumbnail, I have to fast forward. Like I'm out of the program. So next week, I'll come back and I'll continue the timeline. Unless the Most High does some other work. Remember, this is the Most High's house. It's his will, not mine. Okay? His will, not mine. So now I'm gonna fast forward, right? Just to get the thumbnail addressed. So the thumbnail says something like, he's a Hoover Crip. My little cousin is a Hoover Crip let loose in New York. All right. So I'm gonna fast forward. I got released. But next week, I'll show how it's an insane story. So now, when I get released, I have to get on the plane and I go, and I'm going to leave stuff out. Next week, I'll double back and knock this out because I'll be another 2 hours if I go into these details. So I get on the plane and I go to Florida. So I'm going to have to say this again next week because a lot happened. I was a hot mess. Oh, let me say this part. I get off the plane and I already got a chick lined up. This blew my brother and his friend mind. So his friend was from Maryland. His friend, what's his name now? I can't think of his name. It'll come next week. But him and his friend picked me up from the airport. Now, before I left the program, I knew I was leaving. And since I had my plane ticket, I knew I was going to Florida. I went to the library. I went on the internet and I went on, what was popping at the time? On MySpace. And I bagged a chick in Orlando because that's how I've been in jail for like almost 3 years, 2 years, right? And I was just about to do 25 to life. So I need a chick. So I went on the internet from the program because I was the driver, right? So when I drop them off, I go to the library out in Suffolk County. So because I dropped them off at Central Islip, the people who go into court that day. So I drive to the library. So I went in the library and I got to get on the internet and I'm on MySpace and I'm trying to bag something. So I bagged this Polynesian chick in Orlando, right? This Polynesian chick. So when they picked me up from the airport, right? So I'm gonna tell more details next week. So my brother and his friend, they picked me up from the airport. Now they've been here. His friend moved down because my brother moved here years ago doing his trucking company, and he moved his friend from Maryland. He moved down too, right? So him and his friend picked me up from the airport. They picked me up. Now I ain't never been to Florida a day in my life. First of all, I got a big coat on. So as I'm going through the airport, so when I get off the plane, right, I'm walking through the airport, it's getting hotter and hotter, and like I got big coats and stuff on, right? Because it's wintertime in New York. And I got big coats and and I'm like, it's getting hot. I'm coming out and I got all these bags. I'm coming out my coats. I keep coming out. By the time I got to leave the thing, I'm dripping sweat. And I got a t-shirt on that's soaking wet and all this stuff in my hand. So I come out and they waiting for me. They like, so I ain't seen my brother in like 20 years. So they come up, I'm like, Dad. So they give me a hug. I'm looking and I see all this lights and it's so pretty and it's hot. And I'm like, my goodness, it's hot. It's the winter. So we get in the car, and as we get in the car, we driving. I ain't never been to Florida a day in my life, and I got a second chance in my life. I was just doing 25 to life. Now, next week, I'll tell more how this stuff happened. I just need to tell the thumbnail before we close out. So they driving me. Now, I've never been here, so I don't know where I'm going. I'm at Orlando International Airport. So I ain't never been to Orlando a day. I ain't never been to Disney World. I ain't never been here ever a day in my life. So we driving. Now, my brother got the big burgundy Escalade, right? He had the XL, long, right? He got rims on it, a little grill. I'm like, okay, right? So we get in his big XL, right? Shiny burgundy one. I'm like, all right, my little brother doing good. So we get in the car, right? So I get in, we driving. So I get in the front. So his man, Chip is his man, Chipper, big Chip. So Chip, they both big. So my brother's like 6'3", he like 2 something, and Chip is like 6'5", like 260. So they both giants, they both big, right? And I'm 6'1", but back then I was like, I'm 2 something, but I was only like 180 something, right? I was cut up coming from jail. I was cut up. Now I'm a little bigger. So they're like giants. So anyway, Chip like get in the front. So I get in the front. So we ride. So as soon as we leave out of the thing from the airport, all I see is palm trees. I was like, oh, it's so pretty. First of all, it's so clean. And the grass is mad green. Like everything is like, you know how you draw a picture and everything is vibrant? The vibrancy so it's nighttime, but you can still see, because it's nighttime, you can still see it's green. It's probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. So you can still see from all the lights and stuff. Everything is so much manicure and just these palm trees. So it looked like, I've never been here. It looked like I'm in Hawaii or Tahiti or something on vacation. So it's beautifulest thing I ever seen. I'm from New York. I'm from the concrete jungle, right? I'm used to rats, pit bulls, and crows, right? Pigeons. Can't forget the pigeons. Shout out to my New York pigeons. Can't forget the pigeons, right? So I'm looking, and all I see is these beautiful palms, and I'm like, this, and windows are down. I'm like, wow, it's beautiful here. So we driving. So as we driving, I'm like, yo, bro, could I see your phone? So he's like, okay. So I get the phone and I call up my Polynesian shorty. I done bagged it from the program, right? About a couple of weeks earlier. I done set this all up, right? So now I get on, so I'm like, all right. So I'm like, oh, where we at? And I remember this because later I realized where he said we on Orange Blossom Trail. Now later I find out that's a strip here. That's like a hood. They got whole strolls, the strip bars. They go into the hood, all that, right? So he like, so I back then, now I'm playing it back because now I know what all these places is, but back then I ain't never seen none of this before. So I don't know what none of that is. Because first he said OBT. I'm like, he said, no, who you talking to? So I said, I'm talking to my shorty. So then Chip in the back, he's like, she here? So I said, yeah. I got. He said, how you got a shorty here? Didn't you just come from jail? I said, oh yeah. But I didn't want to say on the thing. So I said, oh yeah. I got a shorty here. So Chip like, huh? Right? So so my brother driving. So I said, he said OBT. He said, tell her Orange Blossom Trail. So I said, I'm on Orange Blossom Trail. So, and then I said, all right. So I said, yo, bro, she coming to get me. And he like, who? Now he just got me off a plane from New York. I ain't never been there. I'm like, she coming to get me. He like, get you? I said, yeah, she need a place. She said something about go to the mall. And he said, oh, the mall? And I said, yeah. So she said, okay, that's right up here. So I said, where are you? She said, I'm like 5 minutes away. I said, how far are we? He said, like 5 minutes. So I said, that's perfect. So he told her, meet her at some store, right? Some store. He know what it is. So I tell him, he said, so now we drive. He like, you know somebody here? So I said, yeah. I said, I bagged a shorty. I went on MySpace and I said, I bagged a shorty because I need a shorty, bro. I'm like, I just was about to get life in prison. Like, I'm free. I got a second chance in my life. I need a shorty. So we pulled to the thing, and when we pull up, we sitting there. So Chip is like, hold up, you got a girl here? He like, I've been here for 2 years, and I don't got a shorty. I'll be having a hard time bag some. I said, well, I can hook you up. He like, dang, bro, he talking to my brother. He said, this is your brother that you were telling me about, huh? And I'm like, and I look back, he's like, okay, this makes sense. So then the car pulls up. It's a black car. Now I know it was a Camry, all black with black tints, rims, everything. The car pull up. So the car pull up, and I'm like, I think this her. She got a black car. So it's all black. So the car pull in front of us, and the door open, and this Polynesian girl, a Hawaiian, probably with long, brown skin, long, she gets out, and they both go, damn! And I'm like, yes. I see, back then, it's before the show Catfish, so it wasn't really no catfishing, but I'm glad she looked the way, she looked in the pictures and stuff on when we were talking on the computer on MySpace. So I'm like, yes. So I get out. So I'm like, yo, bro, all right. So do me a favor. I said, give me the address, write down the address. So I'm gonna give it to my shorty. He's like, huh? Now they all confused. They like, hold up, I just picked this. What? How do you even know? And I'm like, I'm good, right? So I'm like, so I told her, come here, I want you to meet my brother. So I introduced her. She like, hello. She's Polynesian. So she like, hello, right? And everything. So I'm like, all right. So tell her, he said, yeah, I stay out in Claremont, and such and such, I stay in Claremont. And so she said, oh, I know Claremont is nice out there. He's like, yeah. So I'm like, okay, so he's gonna give you the address where you're gonna drop me off at where I'm staying. So she's like, okay. So I'm like, yo, bro, could you take my stuff? Like, just take all my stuff to the house. So he like, they both stupefied. And I'm like, hi. I'm like, I love you, bro. He like, when you coming back? So I said to her, I said, when you bring me back? She said, I don't know. It might be a couple of days. And I'm like, it might be a couple of days. And he like, oh, you crazy. I'm like, all right. So I get in her car and we take off. Now, next week, I'll tell some details of that. That was a crazy story. It was nuts. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to tell that little bit because that part of this journey bugged me out. So now later, after she dropped me off, I think I came back. I went back the next day because she was freezing me out in her apartment. Now, she lived in a nice, she was a server, and she served in these rich resorts, and she made like tips. She made like $700 a day, $800 serving these rich resorts, like the Four Seasons. She was a server for the restaurant, so she was bringing home $700-800 in tips right? She's making like a lot of money. So she had a nice laced apartment, but she froze. It was freezing. Like the AC, we don't like to be cold. I'm sorry. I'm melanated and I'm a so-called black person. We'll be hot over cold. Cold hurts our bones. I was frozen. I was like, yo, we end up turning off and I put on the heat and it starts smoking through because in Florida they don't never use heat because it never gets hot. So I turned on her heat. She went to the bathroom and smoke started coming. It smelled like the house was burning. She's like, what? We had to turn it off. Now, anyway, so I made her take me home. And next week I'll say another stuff happened why I made her take me home. So anyway, so the next day she brings me home. So now I go home and my sister wanted me to come to Atlanta and my brother was leaving out to drive. He drives trucks, so we talked him into dropping me off at Atlanta. In Atlanta, I'll tell all this stuff next week. My journey in Atlanta. That'll probably be next week's thumbnail because that was a crazy story, doozy. So he was going to take me to Atlanta, but so that happened. I'll do that next week. But I had one more thing that my case wasn't complete yet. So when I got released, when Honorable Judge Rosito allowed me to go to Florida with the plane ticket and all that, which I'm gonna tell next week, I had to come back. I had to come back in 1 month to finalize this the release, because the new statutes that they were trying to make to give me that charge and the stuff he took off that was false, he had to go through the system to get everything finalized, legalized, right? So I had to come back. So Rosito said, you do not miss this court date. He said, go to Florida and you have your butt back here. I don't care if you got to walk from Florida. Do not miss this. He said, if you miss this court date, there's nothing I could do for you. You will be, they will put the warrant and you will be going for the max of your sentence. There's nothing. So he said, I did everything I can. You have to be here. So I had to go back. So my brother knew it. I knew it. Now, it was 1 month from now. So later next week, I'll tell a story about Atlanta, everything. I came back. So now I got to go back to New York to finalize. I got to go back to New York again, to Mineola, to the Supreme Court thing to get this thing finalized. But I don't live in New York anymore. I don't. So the only people I really got access to is Unique, Daddy U, and my cousin Lil E. Lil E. Lil E is the one who told me when I was in program that Christy went back with her ex. Lil E is the one that told Christy that we was in the clubs. Lil E crazy. Yeah, we went to the club and we did this. And Christy's like, dude, why are you telling her we went to the club when she thinking I'm out hustling? And you telling her we went to the club. Lil E. Shout out to Lil E. Lil E is crazy. Lil E is from Parkside Projects. Lil E is about 5'3" or something. Lil E. Little pretty boy, light. I think his eyes are green or something. Light eyes or something. Lil E. Little is all outdoors, but heart of a lion. Lil E. Little, I swear, remind me of a little chihuahua. The ones who they'll fight a pit bull, that's Lil E. The ones you be like, if you don't, the little chihuahuas be like, right? To a whole big Rottweiler. Right? And the Rottweiler looking at him like, what in the world? And the chihuahua like, let me at him. Right? That's what you remind me of, right? Facts. Lil E. So all I got is I got Daddy U, right? So I know Unique. So I connect with Unique and I say, yo, Unique, I got to come back to New York. Now this, after I got released, now I got to go back one more time and it's winter time, right? Dead of winter. So I'm like, I got to come back to New York, right? And I'm like, but I ain't got nowhere to stay. So Unique like, all right, I got you. Because I can't afford the hotel. Because my brother gave me money. My brother, I think he gave me like $300. He paid for the plane ticket. He gave me some pocket money, but I don't got enough to stay in a hotel or nothing. So Unique like, all right, I got you. So he like, E got a spot on was it Elm Street? Yeah, Elm Street. My block that I used to hustle on in 92 for my stories. E is written a spot in there. And E is E E is a Hoover Crip. Now, listen, so New York in 91 took on the gangs of California. It's a thing that happened. Don't get in your little, sorry, other states, don't get in your y'all faking bag. Because if that's the case, then y'all faking with hip hop. Because we created hip hop. Don't y'all do hip hop? Ain't y'all saying rap music in all these other states? So knock it off. Yeah, California created the Bloods and Crips. They didn't create gangs because we had gangs before, but they created Bloods and Crips, and it filtrated to New York. It ain't the same, but that don't mean it ain't. The hip hop in New York ain't the same in California. That don't mean it ain't real hip hop, right? Y'all took on our culture and y'all adapted it to y'all, right? And y'all got Cali rap. Shout out to the Cali rappers. Shout out to y'all foundation, Too Short and E40 and Pac and Dre and Snoop and them and all of them. Ice-T, y'all got cultures of hip hop, right? So again, just stop with it. The gang culture from Cali made its way to New York, and we adopted it just like our hip hop made its way to California, and y'all adopted it. Let's keep it real. Let's keep this a level playing field. I can't make rhyme or reason of it. It happened. The Bloods came, and they were fighting the oppression from the Hispanics in the Rikers Island jail, and it flooded out to the streets, and it took over. The Bloods is what took over New York first in the 90s from Rikers Island when it spread out. The Bloods. So all the hoods start becoming blood. Now, it wasn't the same Cali Bloods, right? They wasn't day one, whatever blood from, right? Bounty Hunters or from Watts or Compton, but it ain't the same hip hop, right? Y'all not Rakim. Ice-T ain't Rakim, right? Snoop Dogg, right? So again, it's the same thing, all right? So it's just, just what happened. So it doesn't mean they're faking. They just don't mean y'all faking rap. Y'all not fake. Y'all rapping y'all reality. The Blood, that thing that happened in New York, they started their own thing. Some of them tried to get sanctioned back from Cali, but it wasn't a lot of love. People. So it is what it is. It just happened, and I watched it become a real thing to the point where it was so real that people started, a next generation happened, and those kids were born with that blood that it really took over, right? Now, I'm saying that because the blood started to just grow through New York, right? Through Brooklyn, all that, and it came to Long Island, same time, 91, 90, whatever. And I remember Money Dame from the Martin Luther King Drive. He was one of the first ones. They say Money Dame's supposed to be in the blood books in New York or whatever. But Money Dame was one of the first ones. I remember when it first came, when it first started. And I was thinking about it. I'm glad I didn't, but I almost did. I'm glad I did it because I would have really been the King Blood. It would have stuck. Well, what they tried to say I was, but I never joined. So praise the Most High for covering me for that. So anyway, it really took over. Now, the Bloods just started to grow in every project in New York and Brooklyn and the Bronx and Strong Island. They were just taking over. Everybody was Blood. They started making their own little Blood sets, right? I remember, I ain't gonna say his name because we talking gang stuff, but my man Ra, I don't want to say, he know who he is. He had a set on the Heights called Outlaws, right? And I guess it was a Blood set from the Outlaws. So people started making their own kind of sets, and they became official. I remember my man Ra over there on the Heights, a young homie, he had the Outlaws, and they was holding it down. I'm like, wow. So I don't know if he started that set or how that happened, but it was its own thing. So New York started making their own thing. So now it was all blood everywhere. My projects, Parkside Project, Young Boys was blood. Terrace was blood. Blood was everywhere. They was wearing red. This before they stopped changing. Red is everywhere. They was serious about it too. They would have the meetings, and it'd be 200-300 of them in Martin Luther King courtyard, the drive and stuff. It'd be 200-300. I'm like, dang, they was deep. So now, that's back in the 90s. Now we up to 2000 and this is 2010. Okay, 2010. So now that blood stuff is just second nature. But now also they got some Crips. So in New York, the blood is everywhere. So for a Crip set to come up, it's like a mouse in a lion's den, meaning you're the only, like you got all these hoods against you. So somehow, I don't know, maybe he could tell y'all. Anybody who know, I don't know if Unique know, maybe I'll get E on here. He could tell me how in the world he become a Hoover Crip. I don't know what people are crazy. I don't know what. So somehow, I don't know when, how, my little cousin, Lil E, he becomes Hoover Crip in the midst of a whole blood pandemic in New York. He's a Hoover Crip. Now, our hood is Parkside. Parkside is all blood, but E is a Hoover Crip. Now, the funny part is, he ain't just a Hoover Crip. He's serious about it. This the part I want y'all to understand, especially in other lands and stuff who think they faking and stuff, right? Who thinking like they ain't real, they didn't come from the original. It's conditioning, mind conditioning. You can make a person think he a dog and he'll bite you like he a dog. You see what I mean? You make a conditioning. The environment. I don't know what happened to E. Maybe I need to get E to tell me. How in the world did you become a Hoover Crip? Because it was no Crips in New York. And how are you so sold out? Like, because he was at least, yes, Dayad said for one Crip, there's at least 3 Bloods in New York. Now, Dayad, rewind that back to 2010. See, that's now. In 2010, for every one Crip, it was like 100 Bloods. There was no Crips. That's on. Because Dayad is from Brooklyn. He out there now. He from Brooklyn. Shout out to Brooklyn in the house. Now, Dayad, this is 2010. There was no, like, especially repping it. Okay? Now, Dayad, my little cousin, now I tell y'all, he all of 5'3", and he sure enough got that Napoleon complex going on, right? Now, and he ain't 5'3" in diesel. He 5'3" and probably weigh, no disrespect, probably 100 pounds, maybe 90 something pounds, because he's little, he's short. Sorry, if I know, I can good man. He had to be about 100 pounds, soaking wet. But a little pit bull, he'll bite a Rottweiler, right? He'll fight a Rottweiler. Now, I don't know this. Maybe my cousin Lil E could tell me. But somehow along the lines, he became a Hoover Crip, and he became for real with it. And what I mean by that is he's covered in tattoos, right? You know, they take their shirt up and he like, oh, Hoover Crip all day, go cars. He sound like he's straight out of Cali. Now, I know little E growing up. We raised them, me and Daddy U and all that. Now, I've been gone away from the hood. That's what I tell you. I've been doing Palace Mob. I've been traveling through states, so I've been gone while the hood was turning into whatever it turned into. So now I came back because I got arrested. So now I'm back. So I don't know how in the world that he became a Crip And what I'm blown away is how serious it was to him. That's the part that blows me away. Now I know that the Bloods were serious too in New York. They were serious about that they life, right? So it is what it was. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, that's no joke. They serious about that. You know what I mean? But E was serious about that Crip. He wore blue. He wore a blue rag hanging out his pocket. Oh no, he wasn't a Crip that was in Blood City and hiding or no. He was letting everybody know he was walking around a little blue dot. He was a little blue dot walking around a red hood no matter where you go. Now, so little E was so Crip. Oh, before the 25. So when I was doing the 15 with Understanding and all them, with Unique and them with the Trap House, little E, that's when we went to the clubs. That's when I went to the song, My Cousin Dow, just got out of jail. And me and little E is going to ATL. Math in the back, Big God as well. Daddy, you track, but y'all niggas can't tell. That song had money, had cars, had bras. The Escalade truck and mail in the garage. That song been had it all. I said my cousin Dow, because he just got out of jail in Atlanta. Me and little E is going to ATL. So when I made that song, that's when me and little E, that's when he told Christy we was going to the club. That's when I realized how serious a Crip it was ridiculous. So let me give you a story. So we go into this club. It was in Hempstead. It was by when me and Czar owned the Musclehead Barbershop on Fulton and Washington, where the buildings at, that gym. They had on the side building, they had a club. It didn't last that long. So because I'm here back now going for the 15 of life, after I beat it and I'm staying in New York, I'm still in New York because we're supposed to leave to go to North Cat. So I'm still in New York. So I don't know where the club. So E is taking me to the club. So we go to that club, right? So we pull up. Now the first thing is I'm like 6'1", and right then I probably weigh all of 185 pounds, right? Maybe, about 185. And so I'm cut, but I'm not Diesel. And I got no gun. Okay, I just beat the 15 of life. I don't got a gun. I ain't trying to get my hand on the gun. I just beat 15 to life. So I'm trying to make my 25 G so I can go back to North Cat. Just before the 25, in between. I just beat the trial. I'm supposed to left, but we still in New York. Now I'll give y'all time frame. So now little E is telling me, let's go, yay, Scrappy Doo. We going to this club, this spot. So we pull up, we in my Benz, we in the black Benz. We pull up, and E is got a blue bandana. He got the blue rag. He blued out. We smoking weed, everything. Now I am 6'1", 180 pounds soaking wet, and E is 5'3", probably 90 pounds smoking wet. So we ain't big enough to beat a grape. Okay. Now I can fight and E can fight, but all together we weigh what? We weigh 310 pounds, both of us together. One dude could be 310, right? So both of us together equal one big dude, right? Fat. So I'm a survivor. So all I do is think of my scenario. E is crazy. I swear I'm giving you the story because this is the truth. E is so nuts. He don't care. He do not care. We could have walked into the middle of South Central Blood Hood somewhere, and E would have said, let's get out with all his blue on. Come on, cuz. Right? He calling me cuz. Like, this stuff, that's why I said, I'm like, E, how did you all of a sudden become California? That blew my mind. I said he was serious, though. It was like he just stepped straight out of a California Blood movie, a Crip movie, right? He like, come on, cuz, yo, cuz, take three, Hoover Crip, cuz, Hoover. He know the language, he know the hand signs, he do everything he talking, cuz, come on, cuz, Hoover Hoover, cuz. I'm like, Hoover. I heard that from the movie. OG Bobby Johnson. That's the only way I know about Hoover. I'm like, that's the movie, South Central, right? The Hoover, right? So I'm like, I'm thinking, like, did you get it from the movie? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, how? I never got to ask him. One day, most high willing, I'll have him on here to explain how did it happen. Like, how did you, right? Yeah, the dance, you know, the crip dance. Oh, I can see him, little crip dancing. Like, he is no joke, throwing it up like, cuz, seize up, cuz, right? So he's serious about it, though. The part that's crazy is how serious it is. That's the part that blew my mind. Because we from New York, right? So, you know, we had crews and posses and, you know, but this is a different generation. But he's so serious. I'm going to keep saying it because that's what blew my mind, but how real it was. That's what I'm saying for people for other states. Leave these New York dudes alone. They might be a hot mess, but they serious with whatever it is they're doing with their bloods and cripping. They are serious. Now, of course, you got your little fakers, but I'm saying some of the ones who really about it, y'all better be careful. They will lay you down because they serious about it. They act like they was born in Cali from the day they was born. Like, they act like it's for real. So E is one of them, right? So now we pull up. Shout out to Sharice Yah in the building. We pull up in the parking lot. So the first thing I look over at E, because when we pull up, we pull the Benz in, it's a bunch of people in the parking lot. It's the parking lot party, you know, and there's goons. You see big people smoking weed. I'm looking, I'm like, oh man, I ain't got no ratchet. Because I don't like to be nowhere without no ratchet, right? But I just beat 25, I'm 15 to life. So I'm trying to get I ain't trying to get no ratchet and get caught up, right? So I'm like, all right, here we go. So I'm like, I look over at E, and I'm like, E, you don't got a ratchet, right? Nah, cuz. That's how he talking to me. Guys, the funny part is I know my little cousin from day one. He keep calling me cuz. Nah, cuz. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. It's like a movie, right? So I'm like, yo, E, you don't got no ratchet, right? Nah, cuz. I don't need no ratchet, cuz. 2, 3, 5, Hoover, these niggas, these niggas know not to mess with me, cuz. I go everywhere I go, cuz. They know who I put down. They know I put it down. Hoover Crip, cuz. I'm like, oh my goodness, right? I'm like, okay, right? So we get it. We park the car. We get out the car. So he get out the car. He got the blue rag tied to the side. I mean, he's serious about this Crip life, right? So he get out the car and he walk and now I ain't been around in a long time, right? And my name is, I got a legendary name, but it's another generation. So some of this generation don't know me. You see? So my generation is some of my generation that's still out there, they know me. They'll be like, yo, wow, yo, what up, bro? But some of the younger generations, some of my generation's kids, you see, it's another generation. And I've been gone for so long that some of them don't know me. Some of these young bloods and Crips, they don't know me unless they see another OG that they respect, look up to me. Then they'll be like, who that? And then they'll probably be like, that's why Sean, he from Parkside, here, OG, here, you know. So I know that. So that's why I'm like, okay, back in my generation, I'm good. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody gonna set it because I'm very well respected, right? But with these new, some of them don't know me, you know what I mean? It could go down and they don't know who, right? So I'm like, oh, I ain't got no. So we get out the car and I'm surveying, I'm scanning everything to see, like, okay, I'm like, I don't know a lot of these dudes, right? And they big dudes, right? So E get out, and as soon as we get out the car, we park the Benz. Now everybody see the Benz coming through, the crispy black brand new 500 shining, right? Coming to park like everybody looking, right? So we pull up, limo tent, park the truck, park the Benz, and get out. So everybody looking. So E get out, I get out the car, E get out. He like, who would do score, do school, do E? I said, oh my goodness. Now I already know Hempstead is blooded out. So I'm like, I just asked him, he ain't got no ratchet. We both of us together weigh one big dude, right? We could fight, but you can't fight a knife, you can't fight a gun, you can, and you can't fight 10 dudes, right? It's just 2 of us, right? So I'm like, oh my goodness, right? Now, but I got, I always keep the trusty, it's right here. I always keep the trusty Gym Star. I always gonna have an ox, right? So I got the trusty Gym Star, right? So it's not illegal to have one of these. Right? Okay. So I so we get out and he immediately started throwing up Hoover deuce, cuz. He might as well start doing the dance in the parking lot, right? Hoover deuce, cuz. Right? I'm like, oh my goodness, right? So I'm like, oh, here we go. Here you go, right? So I get out. So he like, so I hear some dude like, yo, E, yo, what's up, God? He like, yo, what up, God? So he walk up to a group and he's giving them 5, right? Some of them got red on, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, good. Right? So I'm like, okay, good. They know E. You know what I mean? Even though he Crip, he walked up to one of the crowds who smoking blunts and they gave him dap, and some of them had red on. They be wearing sashes, they be flagging. That's what they call it. So some of them were flagging. So I'm like, okay, good. So he walking up, giving people, he all little, giving people dap, right? What up, man? So so I walk up and some of the dudes like, yo, what up? That's Rob. I'm like, yo, what up? So I'm talking to some of the dudes who know me. A lot of the young dudes don't, whatever. So we go in the club. So we go. So I feel a little better because he giving dap to everybody. They passing the blunt. He talking his crap and everything. So we get to the front. Here go the bouncers, the door. Oh, I hate bouncers. I hate clubs because I hate bouncers because I ain't getting on nobody lying or nothing. I don't want to go in the club, right? So we go, E talk to the bouncer, whatever. He get us in. So I'm like, oh, good. This is going good. We go inside. We in the club. We chilling, whatever. We walk around. It's just me and him. We smoking. It's a bunch of crew of people and everything. He walk around flagging, walk around, see people screwing him, see certain groups over here looking. I'm like, oh. So I'm peeping out. He don't see nothing because he don't care. I'm telling y'all this for a reason. He ain't peeping nothing because he don't care. Like, he crazy. He is crazy. He's still kind of crazy now, too. Honestly, that's why he probably mad at me that I still can't mess with him a little bit because he's still crazy. I had to cut him off last time when I got to Florida. He called me talking some, yo, cuz I got, and then put the shotgun show on the phone, shotgun. I got the new shotgun, blossy niggas. I'm like, yo, I had to hang up the phone. I'm like, E, you can't talk like that to me on the phone. But he didn't understand. He's living that life. He was living that life. Hopefully he not no more. He was living that life and he didn't understand. I just beat 25 to life. I know about conspiracy. I can't have you on my phone talking about you quipping and showing a shotgun on the phone. No, bro, you tripping. I had to hang up and cut him off and he was mad to today. Now he's understanding from these stories. That's why I had to cut him off because I tried to tell him and he got kind of disrespectful. He did. And I'm not used to people talking disrespectful to me because I'm very respectful. I was a very, very respected person in the hood. But I show the same respect. You understand? So most people didn't really have disrespect for me or nothing like that. So I'm not used to people. So he disrespect, because I said, yo, E, you trade. He said, yo, cuz I could do what I want. I'm just, and I was saying, okay, see, now you, honestly, but he didn't know. He was out of his mind smoking and drinking and living that Crip life, and he didn't get it. So I understand. So I said, you know what? He didn't know, but I was like, that'll be the last conversation. You just lost access. Because I know that I have to protect myself from this, I know that I can't associate with nobody that was in no type of criminal activity at all. Because if I do, I can get life. I can't get caught doing nothing else again. Life is already attached to. That's why I left New York. That's why I won't go back. And that's why I don't associate with nobody that's doing no crime or none of it. I disassociate. I can't have nobody have no access to me. They have this conspiracy stuff and they'll tie you into someone else. You're not getting me tied in for no life because of your stuff, because you. So I had to cut them off. And I did. Since 2010 to now. That hurt. I know he didn't understand. But I told Unique and everything. Only people I let keep having communication, those who knew to communicate with me out of respect level to keep me. So Saquon had access, Ty Fields had access, and Unique. That was it. Because when they would talk to me, they knew it was just all about, how you doing? And they never bought no street. I can't be tied to it. I got a bad stuff that was trying to give me life. So I had to cut everything off. So unfortunately, I had to cut my little cousin off. So now he knows. Now because of this, he got understanding. He wrote me a while ago like, "Thank you, cuz I know." And then he still wanted to hook up, but he's still kind of crazy. I could tell he's still like, "Yo, cuz, but I'm still getting this money." I'm like, "Oh my goodness, I can't." Not saying he doing nothing illegal, but he's still crazy. I know crazy. One thing I know is crazy. Okay, and he's still crazy. All right, he's a good person. He's a good heart. He's a good dude, but he's crazy. He's crazy, right? So now he so we in the club and everything. Now I'm watching the environment and he don't care. So I tell him, I'm like, "Yo, E." I'm like, yo, E, it's time to get out of here, man. I'm like, you like, "Nah, cuz, what you talking about, cuz? We about to get another drink." I'm like, "Yeah, man." I'm like, "I'm all good. We already enjoy. We've been here for," I said, I ain't feel what? He could tell. He look around. "What? Ain't none of these niggas want it, cuz. It's Hoover Deuce Crip. I'm like, "Oh, here he go." Now he putting on in the club, and the crew over here who was already screwing him. I'm like, "Oh, you know what? Now it's time to go." It's definitely time to go. So I'm like, "All right, E, I'm driving. Either you getting in this car with me or you staying." Because I understand, I get it. I used to be at one time in my life, I was that crazy. I understand. It was a lot of times I was chilling, but it was certain times I was buck crazy, carrying 2 guns. I told 2 texts when that's in that song, my new song. I told 2 texts when I used to carry 2 guns going to real, all that. I was out my mind. Okay. Other times I'm chilling. There's times I was out my mind. Okay. So I understand out your mind. He out his mind. He crazy. So I'm like, "Listen, we out. Either you coming or you staying." So I'm like, I'm out. I'll be lying because I'm not about to get caught up in this because I need to make 25,000 to get out of New York and get back to North Carolina. I just beat 55 to life they would have gave me. I beat a 15 to life at 55. You tripping. I ain't about to get caught up in some bar, some club fight because you Hoover Crip and their blood and I ain't in the Hoover Crip or blood. I'm out of here. So I started to leave. So he like, "Hold up, car, I'm coming." So he giving everybody that and he doing all this stuff. And we get out, we get in the car, we pull off. All right. Now I gave y'all that because I want y'all to have the understanding how crazy he is, right? This little Hoover Crip let loose. That's why I put in the thumbnail. A Hoover Crip is let loose in New York. Because that's what it feels like. It feels like a little chihuahua, a little dog let loose. He crazy. He run around, "Hoover Crip, cause Hoover Crip." He crazy. I'm like, he the only Crip in sight. I swear. Yo, what make this a monumental story is he is the only Crip in sight. Like and he little. I can see if he was 6'7", 300 pounds, like Hoover Crip, cuz like he is a little 5. He the only Crip in sight. He like Crip, cuz. I'm like, this nigga crazy. My language, right? So I said, Eda lost his mind. He was always cool and Bally a good dude. He a fighting all, but I ain't never seen him this crazy before, right? So now, let me tell the story. All right, this is good. I'm getting the thumbnail, and then we could close out. So I got to go back to court, right? I need to set that up so y'all can understand how crazy he is, right? So I got to go back to finish the last thing to get all this done with. So I tell Unique is like, "I gotta he's like, "I got a spot for you." He was like, "Because I only need to stay 1 day. I needed to go there." This is gonna take me not a long time, but this is gonna take me a little while. Because there's pieces to it. I need to tell it. I needed to go there, and I needed to 1 day. I needed to go to the court, to the Supreme Court, have Zito do everything because the DA is going to be they're going to finalize all the work. So it's all everything's done and sealed. It's done. Case over. I got the felony off. He wiped that crap that they put on my jacket off. All of it's done, right? So I only had to go 1 day. So I Unique like, "All right, I got you." So he like, when you come, he said, you could stay with me and Kathy and such and such. And then, so I'm like, all right, cool, right? So I get there. It's crazy. I fly in to New York. Now, I've been in Florida for a month. So during the winter. So it's hot. It's summertime, spring. It's beautiful. It's like 75, 80 degrees in the winter. Summer, beautiful. So I get off the plane in Florida from New York, and it's the opposite. I get off the plane and I got summer clothes stuff on, and I get off the plane and it's freezing. And all I bought was a little jacket. It's a snowstorm in New York. Now, I'm from New York, born and bred. All right. So I already know we used to that. But I done got spoiled because I done been in Florida. You get spoiled quick. So I get off the plane and it's a snowstorm. Listen, guys, it's snowing. New Yorkers know what I'm talking about. It's snowing, but it's also sleet, rain with the snow. It's ice and snow this thick on the ground, right? So, and it been there for a month. So it's dirty. Y'all know how the snow get in New York. Dirty, brown, thick ice. So it's snowing, sleet, rain, and it's freezing. So every step you could break your neck. Y'all, New York, know you skating when you walk. Y'all know what I'm talking about. See, those that's from the cold, we know how to navigate cold. That stuff, others who never been this, y'all don't know what this life is. It's about that cold life. New York, we born in that cold life, all right? I'm used to that. We know how to skate on ice. You on black ice and stuff, you'll break your whole neck open. Yo, it's no joke, right? So it's ice. Now listen, it's daytime. It's snowing, but at the same time it's snowing, it's sleet, raining, and the ice and the slush and snow is on the ground this thick, and it's old, so it's muddy, dirty, and there's puddles of slushy water, ice, dirt, all in the streets and everything. So I know I'm painting this picture perfectly for New Yorkers. That's our worst nightmare. It's the worst of the worst. And it's coming down, snow. So I leave the sunny palm tree of Florida. I get off the plane and all that. I come out and all I see is slushy, nasty. Now, so I get on the Long Island Railroad. I take the train. I take the Long Island Railroad. And I get on the Long Island Railroad and I come to Hempstead, to the Hempstead Terminal, Long Island train station. I get off the train station. I got my bags, right? I got a bag of clothes and stuff. I'm going to stay a day, right? So I got my bag. I get off the train. I'm walking. Now I got to catch I'm calling Unique, and I'm calling Unique to meet me at the train station to pick me up. So I'm calling Unique, but he like, yo, I ain't got no ride. So I'm like, yo, Unique, it's cold out here. He like, I'm sending Lil E. Here we go. Right? I'm glad I gave y'all the preface of Lil E, right? Right? Because without it, y'all won't understand how that hits. Right? He like, I'm sending Lil E. And I'm like, oh my goodness, right? But I ain't see E in a long time. Right? So since 2010, I ain't seen E since 2007 because I've been in jail for almost 3 years now, right? It was 2010. So I ain't seen him since we beat the 15 to life, since that club, since that time, right? So and he bought me some t-shirts in the program. He bought me a bunch of shirts. Shout out to Lil E. He bought me some shirts. So he like, I'm sending Lil E. And he like, E just bought a new Cadillac. He got a Cadillac. So E is still a Hoover Crip. So he buying cars, he act like he from Compton or Watts or something, right? So he bought a Cadillac, right? So he like, E coming to get you. So I'm like, all right, cool. All right, here we go. I know this is about to be a trip. So he's on his way. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go to the store and buy me a butter roll or something. I ain't got no much money, but you know, that's a New York thing. We gonna get a butter roll. They only $1 something. That's something put in your stomach. They just take butter, they open a roll, take butter and put butter on both sides, and you got a butter roll, right? So I'm walking and I'm cold. So I want to go in the store too to get warm, right? Because it's cold. This jacket is not working in this New York weather. So I walk and I'm walking and I get to the street. I'm by the train station and I walk in and all of a sudden I'm walking and I look and I see a cab. I see Hempstead cab and I look and it's coming fast. And I look and I go, oh, and I try to jump to the side and the cab hits a pothole and it hits a whole pothole of slush, muddy, dirty, black, slush, ice, snow, water, and it whoosh. Oh my, yo, guys. I got New Yorked. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know, New Yorkers know. You walk, when that's that weather and it's old, you looking because you know that if one of the cabs or the cars jump to the side and hit that puddle, it's going to shoot. I saw it. The cab was flying. He's flying and I'm walking. I look down. I'm like, and I tried, but I tried to get, but you can't move fast because the ice, you will break your neck if you try to move too fast. So you got to skate. So I tried to, and it was too late. It hit the doggone puddle and whoosh. I'm talking about the whole from the head to the feet. I was covered in slush, dirt, ice, cold, slushy. Oh, yeah, some people are doing it purposely, Larry. Y'all fat. It whammied me. Now, I just told y'all I was already cold. The jacket wasn't enough. It, from the whole side of my face, left side, I mean, my hair, my locks, my face, dirty. You don't know what's in that water, right? Slush, it whoosh. And I was, oh, this whole side is dark, black, dirt, wet, dripping, face. I'm white. I take this side of the shirt to wipe the face. I'm ice cold. You could get pneumonia. I'm like, guys, if that wasn't the ultimate, I ain't never coming back to New York again. Now y'all gonna understand why I ain't been back. I think the Most High did that. Ozzy still here. I think the Most High did that, King. Because I think he said you ain't coming back ever again. I'm about to do you dirty. I'm going to make sure you don't come back because you come back, you're going to get yourself in a mess. You're going to find somebody and start hustling. You're going to try to make some money. I guess the Most High said you were not. I was, yo, dude, it was so bad, Ozzy. I was like, now I'm cold. So I walked to the store, right by the bus terminal. I mean, the train station. Y'all know what I'm talking about, that stripper store. I walk over there and I get to the store and I'm like, I'm cold, it's freezing. The water stuff is starting to ice up. That's how cold it is. It's starting to ice freeze. Now, I told you it's snowing, but the rain slush. So I'm already wet from the slush rain, but I was still dry. I'm just covering myself going to I get in the store and I'm like, I'm soaked. I'm distraught. I don't even know. I can't even, I'm like I'm heartbroken. I'm like, I don't even know what to do. I'm sitting there like, you know how you could just sit there and cry? I might as well just sit there and just start crying. You know, right? Like, it's hilarious. It's just like, it's for real. So I go up and I say, can I have a butter roll? Right? And then I'm like, do y'all got hot chocolate? Like, you cannot need hot chocolate. I'm freezing. I'm shivering. I'm iced. The thing is wet. And then I go and I say, bro, can I have some paper, some napkins? So I took the napkins and I wiped all the dark black stuff off my face. And I tried to take some more. He's like, bro, you can't use up all my tissues. I'm like, he's like, what happened? I'm like, I got slushed, right? He like, oh, I'm like, yeah, Cab just slushed me, bro. He's like, you know what? I got you, man. So he went in the back and I think it's one of them Arab dudes. He went in the back and got a towel. He said, here, you can have that. I'm like, thank you, bro. So I took it and I dried my locks. They weren't this long. Shout out to Sharisha. Thank you for the donation, Sharisha. I humbly appreciate it. I dried my locks. She said, love, Uncle Mashiach Assembly. And I dried my locks off, and then I dried the my side, the shirt. I had it was all the dirt. That thing was dirt. That's why it's like you could have it because you can see all the dirt. And I dried it off. And I said, bro, do you mind? I said, I got my cousin is coming to pick me up. I can't stand outside, bro. I'll catch pneumonia. He said, no, you can stay in the store. And so he let me stand in the store. So I called Daddy U. I said, tell Lil E I'm in the store. So tell him to pull up to the store by the train station. So he pulled up. So little E pulled up, right? So he pulls up in this caddy. So I walk out, he get out. What's up, cuz? I'm like, Lil E. All right. Now I ain't seen him since. I seen him. I'm gonna tell you another time. I forgot that part. I came home. I'll do that in another story. When I drive in the van, I met E. I'll tell that another story. E's crazy. So I ain't seen him though. So he like, what's up, cuz? So he come, he give me a big hug. Larry, I said, shut up and give me all your tissues. That's hilarious. So he give me, he's like, yo, what up, cuz? I'm like, yo, what up, E? He's like, yo, cuz, such, right? So I get in the car. So he's like, what happened to you? Because I'm like, yo, bro, I'm screwed. I'm like, yo, they slushed me. I was like, I only got one change of clothes. So he's like, I'll take you to get something. So he took me to the store and he bought me a pair of pants and he bought a shirt. Right? Shout out to Lil E. So he took me, right? Mark, Unique here. He said, I remember that Easy E because crazy. All right. So he took me to the store. He bought me something, right? So I'm like, what up with Daddy U? So Daddy U like, yo, so he said, yo, Daddy U on the phone. It's Unique. So Unique gets on the phone and I'm like, yo, what up, Unique? He's like, yo, Ra. He said, you can't stay with me tonight because me and Kathy had an argument. Right? He like, I done cursed out. Now Unique like, man, F that. You know how it is. He like, man, yo, he said, so Lil E is like, yo, you can stay with me, cuz you gonna stay with me. So I'm like, oh my goodness, now you got me staying with E, right? So Unique is like, he's like, I said, all right, I understand, Unique. He's like, yo, but I want to see you, Ra. He's like, don't leave the court before you leave. Make sure E bring you to me to see you. I said, all right, I'm gonna make sure you see me before I leave. He's like, come on, Ra, don't leave and go back to Florida without seeing me. So I'm like, all right, I got you. So now I'm stuck with E. Right? So now he passed me off to E, but shout out to Daddy U because I got nowhere to stay, right? So, I'm riding around with E. So now I'm riding around with E. He not only is he crazy, he drives. Everything he do is crazy. He is crazy. So everything he do is crazy. So he literally ride. He go, yeah, cuz he playing California music, like he playing Tupac and stuff, right? It's like I'm in Cali. He knocking, he's straight Crip. He's still Hoover Crip, right? He like Hoover Crip, deuce, cuz, Hoover Crip, deuce, right? So we riding around. So he taking me around. He going to get weed. So we riding around. I'm tired, right? So I'm like, yo, E, where we gonna go? Where we gonna stay? So he's like, you staying with me, cuz I live on Parkside. So I'm like, yeah. He said, yeah, I live on Linden. He's written a apartment in a house. He's remember the block? Your block. I remember one of the. So I'm like, oh, okay. So now we riding around all day, right? We doing all this stuff, right? And yeah, Larry, I said when the snow first started falling in New York, it's really beautiful, all white and fluffy and beautiful. Let it get a day or two. It's nasty, dirty, slushy, yellow, brown. There's some ugly snow, boy. So anyway, Daya said, yeah, he deuce Hoover. Daya, he's serious too, right? So now I'm stuck with E. So we riding around. He take me around. So he take me around. I see Soup Bone and them. He take me to his boys in the hood. He like to show me off, right? That's my cousin, right? So we go around. Yo, around here. So he take me around. People see him and everything. So it's getting late. So I'm like, yo, E, I need to go get some sleep. I got to be at court in the morning. I'm like, don't forget, I'm not here on a visit trip. Guys, I'm there to go back to the court, to the Supreme Court, to get this thing finalized because he said if it's not finalized yet, I have to come back and they have to do all the stuff, to do all the seal it. So if I miss that court, so I'm like, I need to get some rest. And because then after the court, I got to go back to the train. I got to leave. I got to go, right? I got to get on the plane and leave, right? So he like, all right, good. So he doing all this stuff, right? Now I keep telling E, could you just take me to your house so I can go to sleep, E? I know, come on, cuz, yeah, you know, I ain't when I'm gonna see you again, cuz. He basically like you kidnapped. He basically like, I don't know when I'm gonna see you again. So you stuck with me. So I'm like, come on, E. So he taking me all around. So I'm tired. I'm in the car falling asleep. So finally, it's like 12 o'clock at night. He finally like, all right, cuz. Now he drunk, high, riding around, He riding around drinking with the beer in his hand. Now, guys, I'm riding with him. He drinking with liquor, not beer, liquor in his hand, smoking blunt. And I'm like, oh my. And I got to go to court, to the Supreme Court to finalize. And I didn't want to be in this. I wanted to go Unique. Unique don't get me in trouble like this. Let me explain to you. Unique don't put me in this situation. Unique would have just took me. If he would have had a car, he'd have picked me up, took me to where I need to go, and I'm straight. But E is crazy, right? So now I'm stuck with E. E got me while he riding around with blunts, drinking, while he's driving in the car, driving. He little, riding around. So we finally ready to go back to the house. So I'm like, okay, finally. So we go to the house. We pull up at the house on Linden. We get out. He's all right, cuz. I'm hook you up, cuz you're gonna take the such and such in your living room. He said, yeah, my girl, such and such, right? He got his baby there too. So I'm like, all right, cool. He's like, yeah, you're gonna meet my girl, cuz, right? So we go, yeah, he definitely on that YOLO. He lived YOLO to the fullest. Every day is the best day of his life. That's just E. That's how he lived. Every day is the best day of his life. He does not care one shape, form, or fashion about nothing. He has no F's given. You know what I'm saying? No F's given. That's Lil E. That's his mom. He need a shirt to say no F's given, right? So we go to the house. Now they got steps that go up, and there's a door at the top. We go up the house, we go in the steps, we go up the steps. We go in the steps, we get to the top, and I hear through the door, is that you, Eric? And I'm like, but it wasn't nice. Y'all hear me? I hear a yell, but it wasn't nice. So I'm like, okay, right? So I'm like, that didn't sound nice. Y'all know when a woman, you hear a woman like, hey, is that you, honey? Or is that you, Eric? It wasn't like that, right? So L'Oreal says someone dated him. Yeah, crazy girls, and he a little pretty boy too, L'Oreal. So he got little green eyes and stuff. He a little gangster, so he a little pretty boy too. So he gets big girls too. He'll get a girl that's big. He on 5'3", right? So he like women too, right? So he always got women. They be crazy though. So we get to the top and I hear that and I'm like, that wasn't a welcome home E, right? So we get the door open. He like, yeah. He opened the door and this girl is standing there. She a pretty girl. She's standing there. Where the F you been, mother effer? And I'm like, oh, here we go. Now it's like 12:30 in the morning. I need to get the rest. I need to be at court in the morning. Court starts at 9. I need to be there at 8:30. So that means I need to get up at 7 so we can drive. So I'm like, oh, here we go. Where you been, mother effer? Where you been, right? So I'm like, okay, here we go. And she's just cursing. And he like, yo, I went here and I went there. He said, no, mother effer, you was with that itch. You was with that. And I'm like, oh, no, I wasn't. Tell my cousin. Tell him, Rob. Tell him, Rob. I'm like, oh, and she look at, I'm like, here he go, immediately putting me in the mess, right? So I'm like, oh, here he go. Tell her, Rob, we just went to see Soup Bone and we went here. And she like, I don't know this mother effer. He like, this my cousin Ra. You know I talk about Ra. And she said, oh, this is Rashawn. She said, yeah. I said, yes. Hello, ma'am. I'm like, hello, ma'am. I'm Rashawn. She's like, nice to meet you. I'm like, nice to meet you too, right? And she like, nah, mother effer. You been at, he said, tell her Ra. I said, I'm like, oh, I said, he wasn't at no woman's house. I said, he picked me up from the train station and he just rode. We went to the projects, we went to Terrace, he just rode around. He didn't see no girls. He was with no girls. Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's your cousin. He gonna lie for you. I'm like, he wasn't with a girl. Nah, mother effer, you think you such, you think, and then she's yelling at him, and then he yelling at her. Unique said, E had you in a 211, King. That's E still to this day trying to blame it on us. He laughing, right? So he yelling at her, she yelling at him, and they start to get funky because she not letting up. It's some volatile, y'all know it's that black toxic stuff, right? So E yelling, she yelling, and they yelling like they about to fight. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm just standing there. So he like, yo, my cuz need to go to sleep. My cuz need to go to sleep. He got to go to court in the morning. And she's like, I ain't stopping them from going to sleep. Mother effer, right? So they arguing. So he's like, come on, cuz. Forget her, cuz. I'm taking you, show you. So he take me to show me where to lay down. Say, come on, cuz. You gonna lay here, cuz. I'm gonna get you set up. Cuz. Where the sheets? Get the sheets. She's like, I ain't getting nothing, mother effer. Like, I said, oh my, here we go, right? So he go get sheets. He like, come on, cuz. He tried to straighten me up, right? So he get me set up, right? So I sit down. He's like, come on, cuz. There's food. You hungry? This is this, right? So I'm like, Unique said, I know they was going at it. Yeah, Unique. So I'm like, this is funny as all I do. So I'm like, no, I don't want nothing to eat. I'm straight. I just want to lay down and go to sleep. So he's like, all right, cuz, come on. So he take me. So I go to lay down, right? So he finished. He's like, you straight, cuz? I'm like, yeah, I'm straight. So he go back to his girl. And what do y'all think happened? I lay down and I'm trying to like, okay, I need to get some sleep. I'm tired. I done drove on an airplane. I done rode. I'm exhausted. My day started, the day, when you traveling and stuff. So I'm exhausted. Soon as I go to try to lay down and close my eyes, you hear, mother effer, you F you. Like, and New York walls, the walls are just as thin as you. I'm like, it's mother effer, this and you, F you. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm laying there and I try to turn. So I try to take my ears and go like this. I try to go get tissue out the bathroom and plug it in my ears. I'm doing everything. They just arguing, no, mother effer, boom, boom. Nah, you, mother effer. And they just as loud. They might as well be right there in my ear. They just loud. And I'm just like, so I sit up and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I could tell it ain't about to stop no time soon, right? Because they just in the midst of it, right? So I'm like, you know what? So I said, you know what? Forget this. It went on for like an hour. I sat there trying to wait for them to tone it down. So they would tone down, slow down, and then it would start up again, right? She'd be like, no, mother effer, don't touch me, because I guess he wants some nookie now, right? He trying to smash. So it got quiet. So I go lay back down to try to go sit here. Mother effer, don't touch me. Not since you touching that itch. I didn't touch her. Now here it go again. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I get up and I go knock on the door. And I go knock on the door and yeah, who that? Who that? This little fool about to go get a gun. He's like, who that? Oh, I'm going to get my gun. I said, idiot, you forgot I'm in the house? You forgot I'm in the house? He told me I'm going to get my gun. I'm like, He's like, he's like, oh, oh, that's my cousin. So he come, he come to the door. So he like, what's up, cuz? You all right? So I said, E, give me the keys to the car. He's like, what are you talking about, cuz? I said, E, please, I need to get sleep, E. I'm going to sleep in the car. Give me the keys to the car. I'm going to sleep in the car. Okay? You're like, no, cuz, you don't gotta sleep in the car, cuz. My house is you, my casa is su casa, you know. He's like, I say, E, y'all, I can't sleep. Y'all ain't gonna stop arguing. See, it's your fault. Oh no, it's your fault, mother effer. Ain't nobody tell you to go sleep with that bitch. You need to go sleep in the car with him. And he like, I'm like, oh my, give me the key, E. So now they argued on. He gave me the key. I went in the living room. I picked up the blankets, everything. I went right downstairs, right on Linden, right on my block. And my stories in 92 where I was having the shootouts. Now listen to this funny story, guys. The story that I told on the channel when I had the shootouts with the stick-up kids from Freeport, when they came with the Uzis to try to kill us, and we was laying down in the woods. The house that E is staying in is the house that's the house, the driveway I was in. That's the house. He rented a room in that house. That's why he said the house on, the spot used to. So I'm like, literally, you can't make this up. So I come out the house. I go to his little Cadillac park right in front of it on my block in Linden, where all that happened in my stories at the beginning of the channel, 92, Elm Street. On Elm Street, that's it, Elm Street. So I get in the car, I get in the back seat, his little Cadillac. He had like it's the little small square ones. Like, I don't remember what year that model was. I can't remember what year that was. Maybe like I don't know. It's just, I could show you, if I had the picture, I could show you a picture, but it's a small one, not the big old ones. It's a small one. So I get in the back seat, I got the blanket, and I get in and I go to sleep, and it's cold. So I take his little car and I start it and run the heat, turn his little thing on, and I start the car and I go to sleep. So then it was a rough one because it's all tight. I'm long, I'm 6'1", so it's hard. I'm twisting, turning. It was horrible. So I twist, turn. The next thing you know, I seen the light and I keep looking. I turn, at the clock on his thing. And then I seen it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, something or 7. So I said, okay. I didn't really get no sleep, but I at least had a place to lay my head. So I come out, I go back upstairs. I got to knock on the door. Now they want to be knocked out. Now they want to be so asleep they can't hear the door. I got to keep banging on the door and they don't want to get up. I'm like, these idiots. I'm like, I'm banging and kicking and banging and kicking. I'm like, hey, banging and kicking. I'm like, finally they get up. They come like, E, man, come on, dude. It's almost 7, 7 something. So he's like, oh, good, sorry, good. So we get up. I give me some little cereal or whatever, and I changed my little clothes, and we ready. So finally, I'm like, E, I can't be late. So he takes me to court. So he takes me over. We get to the Supreme Court. He's like, all right, good. Just let me know. I'm gonna come back and pick you up. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take you to the airport. Then before that, I'm gonna take you to see Daddy U. Daddy U said, don't leave. He want to see you. Unique want to see you. So we get to I go in. Now, I ain't gonna tell this story. I'll tell this another time because I don't want to be here all night. I'm trying to close out. So a brief part of this, I go in, but the darkness don't want to let me go. The DA is challenging Honorable Judge Rizito's his amendment to this new laws they're trying to make for this blood stuff and the stuff they're trying to stick me with. With my first case, he know that it's a fake thing that they're trying to charge me, but the DA won't let me go. So when I get back, it was the first lady in that story with the DA lady versus the judge. She's back. So I get there, and when I get there, they call me up. And when they call me up, it's supposed to be a 1, 2, 3. I see the Honorable Rizito, I see the clerk. They're like, hey, I'm like, I'm looking good. They're like, So I walked up to the clerk, like, you look good. I'm like, thank you, man. How you doing? I said, I'm doing good. Thank you. He said, good. I'm glad you made it back. So the clerk was like, this will be all over with. It'll be done. Once you leave out of here, you'll be free. Everything done. No time served, everything. And you got the felony from this lifted off because I did my time in the drug program. I did the thing, right? So he like, once you go, that's it. How's Florida? I said, it's nice and everything, right? So bang. So now the court starts. So the court starts, and I come up, and Bloom is pissed. Bloom has to be there. Did I tell you? Yeah, I'm gonna tell that another time. So Bloom don't like me now. But I gotta tell y'all another story. So Bloom don't like me at this point. He's pissed, right? So Bloom had to be there. So he's pissed, right? So he's there, he's mad. So I look, and that lady, the DA, is there. So that table. So I'm like, but I'm thinking, okay, well, you know. So we get there, and so Rosito is like, okay, we're here on the matter of such and such to finalize this. He completed this, and the lady objects. The DA. She's like, I object. He like, object from what? This ain't no, what do you mean you object? You know what I mean? Like, this says we're here to finalize. She said, no, because according to the laws of the state of New York and the statute, this, and according to the tactic alternative to street crime program, and this man has to stay another year in New York State. He can't be released to live nowhere because he owed it. And she just, and I'm like, uh-oh. Yeah, and I'm like, oh crap. So now Judge Rosito is like, no, under the statute, this, he's called. They saying all these statutes and stuff, and she's like, under this, they going at it. She like, and she look over at me, and I look at her like, this is the devil. This is the beast. It's trying not to let me go. It threw me for a monkey wrench because I thought that was it. I was just supposed to go there, they finalize it, and I leave, and that's it. But she is like, he ain't going nowhere. She said he is in the state of New York, and he will not be leaving the state of New York until he fulfill this year task program that's mandated from the thing he signed. And she was bringing the law, like she was trying to whammy me. She was doubling, and I'm like, I can't stay in New York for you. I don't live here no more. Like, I can't stay here. And I'm like, so they going back and forth, right? It's getting ugly. But she was right. Like, kind of, she was like, so she was catching Rosito. So he was like, so they going back and forth. And he go on his computer. He like, but statue this. And she like, this, right? So it came down to, it took a while, like 20 minutes. And Rosito was like, all right, so this is what we're going to do. He was like, let's say Rashawn, Mr. Rashawn, right? Said my last name. He like, unfortunately, this ain't gonna get resolved today. He was like, so you need to come back tomorrow. You have to come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. He said, and I'll get this resolved. I'll get this straightened out. I have to get in touch with the task, the tactical alternative street crime unit and all this. So be here 9 a.m. tomorrow. Do not miss this court date. Be back here. So I was like, okay, I don't got nowhere to stay. And my ticket is for tomorrow. I got a return flight for today, not tomorrow, today, later today. But I knew not to say nothing to him because he was pissed. Just that, you know how you got to read the energy in the room? I knew not to, I know when not to mess around. It wasn't the time to be like, I don't got nowhere to stay. It was not a game. It was no joke. They were going back and forth, and he was not playing. So I just said, okay. I was not about to say, I ain't got nowhere to stay. I just said, okay. He said, make sure you're here. I said, I'll be here. He said, all right. tomorrow, 9 a.m. And then Bloom was like, I can't be here. He said, Bloom, 9 a.m. here, leave my courtroom. Then Bloom looked at me again like, this is my worst nightmare. He started off liking me. Now he hate my guts. He walked off, grabbed his paperwork, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Bloom. I don't got nothing to do with this, Bloom. Now, I don't know, as Dolores Shaw said, the light and the dark are battle. I don't know. It's the darkness trying to keep their grit. It's trying to. Now, I don't know that level. I just know I ain't got nothing to do with this. So I walk out, and I'm like, I got to stay another day. So I'm like, I don't got, I'm going to do the return thing. So I end up going to the payphone. I call little E. No, I think I got a phone. I think so. I think my brother gave me like a little burner or something, one of them little phones you get from the store. I think I got a phone. I don't remember. Either I got a phone or I went to the phone book, but whatever. I call little E. I said, yo, E, I'm ready. So he comes back to get me. So I get in the car. So I call my brother. And I'm like, bro, I can't make the flight. And I think he said he'll either try to rebook it or he'll do something. But my brother took care of it. I said, they trying to hold me. I said, they trying to not let me leave New York. It didn't go smooth. So he's like, all right, I'm praying for you, bro. He's like, I'll make it for tomorrow. I said, all right, make it for tomorrow. I got to go to court again. I said, make it for late in the evening again, at night, a night flight. He said, all right, I got you. So he took care of that. So now I'm with little E. Now it's 12 in the afternoon. We riding through Mineola. E want to go place. I'm like, oh, here I go with E again. So now I'm riding around with E. So E like, I'm taking you to see Daddy U. So I'm like, all right, unique. So we go find Daddy U. I forgot where it was, Lakeview, I think somewhere. Him and Kathy had a spot somewhere. So I go see Unique. So finally Unique like, yo, Rod, you know what I mean? He like, so I see Unique. I ain't seen him in a long time. I'm like, yo. So he like, so I'm like, yo, you. I need to stay somewhere tonight. I'm like, I can't stay with E. I said, E crazy, man. E crazy. He said, I know, man. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to. I was like, him and his girl arguing and all that. I had to sleep in the car. He's like, you slept in the car? I'm like, yeah. So Unique said, all right, this is what I'm going to do. He said, I ain't messing with Kathy because me and her arguing. He said, I'm going to take you. Well, he don't mess with her no more. Sorry, I don't want to get Unique in trouble. He said, I'm going to take you to my other chick house. So I ain't trying to start no mess. I don't know if he's still messing with his past stuff. You know, we all did stuff in our past. But he was like, I'm going to take you to my other chick house on Terra Avenue, right, where Ozzy lived. So I'm like, he said, you could stay there. He said, you ain't got no problem. He said, she got it's her, and I think she had a baby girl. And he said, that's it. You ain't got to worry. Ain't no beef going on. And I was like, all right, cool. So we spent the whole day, all that together. Then he was like, I was like, all right, yo, Daddy U, I'm ready to go. So he's like, all right, come on, E, let's drop Ryle off at the house. And I could take a cab in the morning. You know what I mean? I said, I'll take a cab in the morning to Mineola, right? Because little E, I don't trust him to be coming to pick me up. So I'm like, I just take a cab. I get up extra early, call a cab, and I'll get to Mineola. I'll just be there early. So Unique takes me, it's late. We go on Terra Ave. It's at the buildings, not in the El Dorados projects, the ones a little further down, going towards the Salvation Army building, those strip of buildings. So we go, and I got pictures of it too. I wish I could have put it up. So we go, Shamika says, cool, hello, we're not going nowhere. No, I don't think you and him were together back then, Shamika. This one he was messing with Kathy. I don't think he was messing with you. So this was somebody else. This wasn't some dark-skinned chick, some other chick on Terrace. So I don't know who she was. So he takes me up into the apartment, and I meet the girl. She seemed, she's nice. She's like, whatever. Like he's like, we're gonna set you up to sleep in the living room, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. So Unique, like, all right, you cool here. So, you know what I mean? We was cool. So they he went with her, whatever. So then he came back out. He's like, all right, well, I'm about to bounce. So I'm like, all right. So he's like, you straight? I'm like, I'm straight, fam. So I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, good looking. So I knew I wasn't gonna see him after this. So we kicked it, and I told him, thank you, you know what I mean? Thank you for everything that you did for me, doing for me. Because after court, more than likely, I'll be leaving because I was going to leave straight from there and get on the plane. So he like, you know what I mean? So we kicked it, everything, gave each other a hug. He was out. He like, I'm going over here argue with Kathy, right? Yeah, right? I'm going straighten out Kathy, right? So he leaves. Now it's like about 11 o'clock at night. So the girl, he leaves. The girl comes, I get the couch set up. I'm in her living room. The girl comes out. She says, you straight? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. She's like, all right, have a good night. I'm like, all right, thank you so much for letting me stay. She's like, you're welcome. So she goes in her room. So I go to sleep on the couch. So I go lay down, and I'm laying down, and I'm falling asleep. And all of a sudden, it's late. It's like 12 at night. I'm falling asleep, and then I hear, and I'm like, because it's quiet. Because she sleeps, she got to take her daughter to school in the morning. It's real quiet. I hear, and I'm like, I open my eyes. And I'm like, what was that? So I close my eyes again, and I hear, and I'm like, oh my goodness. And I get up, and I look, and I see one run across here. I'm like, oh. Another one come across here. I'm like, ooh. I'm like, so the one went across here, but the other one came this way. Now they were kind of big. They were like big. They were those New York rats. And it came towards me because now I sat up like this, and I sat up and I'm looking, right? Because it's still kind of dark, and you can see the light from the window. And I sat up and I'm looking, and it said, and it started coming. This big one. This ain't the little mice rats that they let loose in my house. These New York joints, right? I said, and the thing started coming, and I was like, and I looked my foot off the thing. I looked, this thing came and ran right under the couch where I was at, like straight towards me, like it wasn't even scared. I was like, whoa. So I lift my foot off the thing. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, all right. So now I'm like, okay. So I'm trying. I'm on the couch, right? So now I'm like, okay, I got to get some sleep. So I can hear rustling. So I'm trying to get sleep, and I can just hear like movements. You hear they're moving because it's in the light, it's in the dark, the twilight of the night, and it's all quiet. So I guess it's their time to come out. So they're like, and I guess they ain't used to nobody being in the living room. You hear me? Because the girl lived there with her little daughter, and they're in their bedroom. And their house is really quiet. And the house wasn't nasty. Her house was clean. But there was rats. And it was quiet. So I take from it that it's like their space at this time of the night. And I'm an intruder. So I'm on the couch and I'm trying to like get some sleep, but I got like one eye and I keep hearing movements and a little squeal every now and then. And it's like rattling. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm trying. And so I kind of like fall asleep, right? Because it's late. Now it's like 2, 3 in the morning. It's late. And I kind of like fall asleep because I'm exhausted. And I fall asleep. And all of a sudden, I feel something. And I open my eyes and I look. And the rat is on my pants. It's on the couch. And it's like pulling on my pants. I look up and and it's on up and it jumps off the couch and I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. So I'm like, oh man. So now I'm looking and I'm like, the couch is on the ground and it's so much, real estate for them. And I guess it's their couch. You know what I mean? It's like it felt like they was like, this is our space and you're invading our space. You know what I mean? Like, one of my roommates, could y'all bring me a paper towel, please? So it was like they like I was invading their space. So I sat up and there was a little light. So yeah, Unique, listen, King. So and he knew who the girl was. So I turned the little light on. Right? I never told Unique this story. I turned the little light on. Right. So now I'm like, because it was dark before, just the light from the window. So I'm like, and the girl was nice. That's what I said. The house was clean and everything. It just had rats in there. So I sat up. So now I'm like, crap. So now I'm tired though, but right. And I'm sitting up and I'm like, man. So I'm like, I gotta get some sleep. I gotta at least get like an hour or two. Right. Thank you. So I'm like, I gotta at least get an hour or two. So I only thing I can think of, that's what I did. I said, all right, I gotta, because, okay, as I'm sitting up, listen, guys, as I'm sitting on the couch, another one come up on the couch and another one come up like it's their couch. That's how it felt. It felt like I'm in their space. Like they do this every night. And who am I, right? So I was like, and then, so the one of them came up on the couch and it's like moving around. It's like looking at me like, yeah, we this our spot. So I was like, okay, that's what I think. I said, okay, this couch apparently belonged to them, right? So I was like, okay, I gotta get some sleep. So I went to the little kitchen dining room table. I took one chair and I took another chair and I took the chairs and I put them apart from one another, and I took the blanket thing that she gave me and I put it down over the chairs, and I swear, and I laid on one chair and I laid my legs up on another chair, and then I took this little thing that she had for her daughter, some little play thing that her daughter had in the living room, and I took that and I put it to the middle to hold up the middle part of my thing, and I had my feet on this chair, my head on this chair, and the toy thing holding up my middle thing. And Zayana said, I did that before. And I went to sleep. It took a while. It was going around and they seemed to be okay with that. Honestly, they were all on the couch too. It's like, that's what I said, it must have been their spot or something. So they seemed to be, Yahagana said he did that before too. They seemed to be, and I actually got about an hour or so. Right at the late, right? Like I fell asleep probably like 5:30 in the morning and got up at like 6:30, 7, something like that. Right at the end. But at least I got to close my eyes. Unique said, you should have told me I was up arguing with that chick all night. Oh, wow. I didn't even know that, Unique. That's right, because you came back. You did. You was in there. I forgot about that part. But I didn't hear y'all. So your room must have been far enough away that I didn't hear. I didn't even hear y'all. I didn't hear y'all argue at all. So yeah, and I got that sleep, and then the light started to come through. The light came through, and I just got up. So I got up, and then the rats was gone when the light came. They went wherever they be going or something. I don't know if they got a way out or something. And then Unique got up, and he came out. He's like, yo, you want something to eat? He hooked me up. I got to brush my teeth. I got everything together. And then I forgot, Unique, I forgot how we got to the court. I forgot how I got there that day. I remember it was another snowy, icy day. It was nasty. I don't remember if I took a cab or if you got me there somehow. I forgot. But I went to court. And and it was a hot mess. We got there. I made it there on time. I got back there. Bloom was there. And Honorable Judge Rosito was ready. So he was like, all right, we're going to finalize this today. He was like, so the DA was like, well, according to this, it's illegal. He owes the state of New York a whole nother year from the Chastity Alternative Street Crime Program. So Honorable Judge Rosito said, okay, I got, he said, under the statute of this, he said, under the authority of the United States Supreme Court, he said, I got, and the dude from the task, my counselor, dude who run the thing came in. He came in and he said, I took a cab, a Hempstead taxi. Thank you. I thought I took a taxi. Unique said I took a cab, a Hempstead. Thank you, Unique. I thought I took a taxi. Thank you for reminding me that. So that's why I tell you guys, all these stories be true. That's why I have people who was there for all of these stories. They were there. So he said the tactical dude came in. The dude was my counselor thing. I'll tell you another story next week of how this happened before that. So I'm just telling I'm telling this part to tell E story, the thumbnail. Little crazy E, the little Hoover Crip from New York, Parkside Projects, Hoover Crip. Little E is a trip. So, but serious about that life though. He was definitely about that Crip life. He was not playing. So, so the lady, she's still trying to, this DA, she's still trying to sink her. So he pulls the director from the task program. So he says, Rosito says, so by the statute under the director, as the director of the task program, you have the authority to release with like the agreement that if you were to agree that you agree that he can be freed from the contract, from the task thing, if it's satisfactory that he completed your such and such. And the DA had she had no authority because it was the task program. And this is the Supreme Court. So he had her. The Rosito had her. So he contacted the task thing and made him come. And so the task person said, well, according to, now next week's story, I'll tell y'all what happened with the task thing, because something happened between me and him. So the task dude said, well, according to my office, I give agreement. I agree that Mr. Rashawn should be free to go on this, to Florida to fulfill out his, because he followed the drug program and the task program, and I agreed to release him if the Honorable Judge Rosito finds, as I agree with the court. And the DA had he had her, and that was it. And he said, so you agreed? So you agreed in writing? He said, yes, I release him. So he signed the paper to release me from the task program to complete it, early completion. And the DA was like, she was done. He's like, you done? You done here? And she just packed her bags. He's all right, good day. Like, bye, Felicia. And she packed up her stuff and she left. She looked at me before she left. I just turned away. I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. I ain't doing nothing to you. And she went, I ain't never seen her again. She probably still prosecuting people right now. She probably a judge, honestly. She probably a district judge in Mineola now, because this was 2010. That was 2010. So she probably a district judge, whoever she is. And L'Ariel says, Salty, go back to the Marine Kingdom. Bye, Marine Kingdom, girl. And she left out. And then Bloom was like, am I done here? And he was like, oh, here we go. I can say this part. So Bloom was like, am I done here? He was like, yes, you're done here. So Bloom turned to me and he says, oh, I got a bill coming to you. Listen, Unique. So I said, huh? He said, yeah, you owe me, I think he said $8,000. Listen, guys. Bloom turned to me and said something like, you owe me $8,000. I got a bill coming to you. So I need your Florida address. He said, matter of fact, I could get it from the records from this, that. He said, you need to pay this bill. And he said, you need to get Marky, Mark. You need to get Mark or somebody, but I got an $8,000 bill. So I looked at, listen, Unique, I looked at Bloom. I said, Mr. Bloom, out of all due respect, I ain't got 2 pennies to rub together, more or less $8,000. And I said, and Mark, he's done already. I said, I ain't got no money, Bloom. You gonna pay me my money. You gonna pay me my money or I'm gonna sue you. I said, Mr. Bloom, with all due respect, get in line. And he's, oh, you gonna pay my money. And he stormed out. And guys, do y'all know he sent me a bill? I got a bill. I was in Florida at my brother's house. It took about 4 or 5 months. I got an envelope. It was a yellow envelope. It had a New York thing. I opened it up. Unique, this fool had a bill. It had like $8,000. It had charged like $10,000 on all this stuff. I looked at that. I said, get in line. I done lost everything. Do y'all understand? Like all my house, like my credit is messed up because some of my houses, my big house was a mortgage. My other one, like, so I'm back with my mortgage. Like my credit is white. I got 7 years before I can rebuild my stuff. I'm screwed like my whole life. You get in line with 8,000. You might as well say $80 million. You might as well say you owe me $80 million, 80 billion. Let's do something incredible. $80 trillion. Like that's what I might as well heard. $8. If you would have said $8, yeah, you might have said 80. Yeah. 800, man, you tripping. Get in line. 800, get in line. This fool said 8,000. Then he sent me something that had like almost $10,000. Well, I said, well, sorry. And I just never answered it. I mean, I guess he realized write it off because I still ain't got no money today to give you $8,000, you know? But so it kind of ended badly with Bloom. I'm like, because I didn't tell you to take it to the court. You said you did it on regards to, you know, you felt like, and I thank you, you know, but I don't know why you so mad. The darkness got to him. I don't know why you so mad. I don't know what you mad about. We beat this. Like I said, fool, sit down. You done beat the Supreme Court. You got that on your jacket now. You heard? But shout out to Bloom for helping your help. Shout out to Unique. Shout out to Unique for helping me, Daddy. You. Love you, King. I'm gonna send you something to go to that African American Museum. I'm gonna put a clip together of our music. I'll try to put some images together for you to give to them if you can, or whatever. And thank you for all that you did to help me through all this. Beside when I was homeless, when I was young. That's why I told you I'll never front on you ever. I don't care what. I don't care what nobody think, say. I don't care how, whatever. You could fall off, whatever. I'm gonna be there to be you my brother for life. Because you showed it with your action, with your work, with your deed, not somebody talking it. You lived it. You was there for me when I was homeless as a teenager, and you was there for me when I went through this. Shout out to Lil E. You crazy little crazy self. Thank you for, you know, bringing me the shirts, and thank you for loving me. You my heart. You just crazy. I just can't mess with you because you're crazy. I can't. Now you got more understanding, E. I can't be connected to anything dark, anything at all, anything that anybody's doing, any crime, any deceit, I can't be connected to nothing. The darkness is looking for anything. So I got to keep myself. That's why people don't have my number. People don't have access to me. People don't have, now I done went back to Facebook and I'm just telling my testimonies to understand how I turned into this man of the Most High. But I live my life clean, moral, respectful. I do no crime at all, point blank, period. I try not to pass a stop sign or, you know what I mean? I don't steal nothing, even when I could. You know how you be in a supermarket and you could just take something? The scriptures say thou shalt not steal. So I can't. I don't do no crime. I follow the laws of the land that I'm in. So I have to be very careful for anybody that that I associate myself with. So everybody that's still living the life and doing anything, I still got love for you. I'm still, I can still pour into you, but I can't have contact where they can, some conspiracy thing, they can tie me to something you might be into or doing, because the darkness is after me because I'm a child of light. I got a task from the Most High to awaken his children and get them to be their rightful selves according to the scripture, who the Most High called them to be. And the dark realm does not like that. They don't like me. Their job is to try to destroy me. So my job is to protect myself so I can be there for his children across the world. You got people on this live and on this chat from all over the world, from all over, right? Black, white, Hispanic, whatever, from all over. All right. Thank you, guys. That was the story of the Hoover, the Lil E, the Hoover Crip let loose in New York. The crazy little Hoover Crip, that boy crazy about that Hoover life. I don't know how he become a Hoover. I swear I can't wait to get Lil E to find out, E, how did you become a Hoover Crip? What Hoover? Did Hoover, did JL go Hoover come? Like, I don't mean to disrespect no Hoover Crips with that, but I'm just being funny. Like, how did you become a Hoover Crip? Who, where, when, how? I can't wait to find that out. But Lil E was sold out. He still don't play no games about it. I don't know if he still claimed that, he's in that. But yeah, this is the story of Lil E, my little cousin from Parkside Projects. The Lil is a Hoover Crip in the world with the biggest body. Dayad is from Brooklyn, Lil E. He said, shout outs to Lil E. I got many cousins just like you. I know, right? We all got the little crazy cousins. Yeah, it'd be funny if we could have him ending this video with him doing the Crip dance, right? That'll be a perfect ending to this video with Lil E doing it. Talking about Hoover, deuce, God, deuce, God. All right. Shout out to everybody. Another one down. Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. Disclaimer. These are all stories of our past life. These are stories of testimonies to tell others, do not do this life. It'll give you 15 to life or 25 to life. You'll lose your freedom. Get a job, start your family. If you don't, just get a job and work. Do what's right. Give Caesar what's Caesar's. Abide the laws of the land you in. I'm not affiliated to any gangs, to any type of criminal activity whatsoever. I did the time for the crime I committed in my childhood and my era. These are testimonies of the traumas of children of the Most High, the trauma that I was placed in Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, Southside, Jamaica, Queens, the places that I lived in. All right? This is the trauma of the story of the children of the book. All right? Another one down. Uncle Yahshua 25 Life Testimony TV. I thank y'all all. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly, for joining me in this space. Hopefully this was a good one. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. We got to hear a little bit of music. We got to hear one songs. I love you all. Until next Thursday, Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Uncle Yahshua 25 Life Testimony TV. Keep it functional. Love the Most High, y'all. Go forth and be the light. I love y'all. Shout out to Parkside. Shout out to Hempstead, Strong Island. I love y'all. New York, stand up.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to talk that choo-chee. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dog side, strong, the wrong, I think I'm supposed to run. Am I bad, motherfucker?